just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant. You're radiant. Freedom. Yourself, yeah. I have to clean up the mess. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. Then I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Can I make something good out of this? Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You will be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. What's up? I am the one you love to hate. Let's go. It'll be interesting, I'm sure. But I want more. Oh! Yo. Dude, I'm so tired. I've been sleeping all day. Dude, Trumpy looks rotten. Dude, he is pickled. Oh! More. Hey! You could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Not be devastated if I'm wrong. What you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It'll be interesting, I'm sure. 'Cause I want more. Yo. Stop stupidity, let's go! More! I want more from you, yeah, more! All right. Dude, thank you, Stop Stupidity. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. The 5 gifted you crazy. Oh shit, dude. Jesus. All right. I spent the day mostly trying to catch up on some sleep, right? A little bit, trying to catch up a little bit on sleep. Dude, I didn't do shit, but sleep most of the day. And I'm still tired. Love from Brooklyn, let's go. Oh. Anna and Jake discussing the private autopsy. Yeah, the private autopsy of what? Of TYT? Where they found out, nope, she's no longer breathing. Let's go. Oh, kidding. Dude, did TYT finally get an autopsy? And they figured out, yep, this thing's dead. Let's go. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to say goodbye
to this formerly progressive network. Dude, no, it is the it's the autopsy of Renee Good. Yeah, they hired an independent, like there's an independent, I believe there's a lawsuit involved, and so an independent doctor did an autopsy. That's going to be a real problem. Guys, I just cannot even tell you like how much money, like how much taxpayer money is being spent around ICE is going to be ridiculous. Ridiculous. The number of lawsuits that are going to happen this year, the number of like tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, like, dude, it's crazy. It is just crazy how it's going to be. Dude, I am like beat, bro. I have these gnarly fucking cupping marks. Dude, my massage therapist just beat the shit out of me today. Probably necessary. All right. Oh, it's necessary. Oh, yeah. Thank you, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶𝗍𝗫. We appreciate you, boss. Right? Did you add a 1 to your name? Did your name always have a 1 on it? Like, dude, I'm now spaced out. Get well soon? No, dude, I'm well. I'm just tired. Oh, I'm just tired, right? I've been like burning the candle at both ends, but I'm good, right? So, well, they will have to dip into that bill bullshit. Yeah, no, the bill, the vote today. When I saw that vote, I was like, oh shit, here we go. Here we go, dude. Horrible optics, right? With the funding bill. Horrible optics, you know? But again, it's that same shit I've been talking about where people voted to fucking save, like to hold districts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, one of them was Marie 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆, who we talk about all the time because she is the Democrat from Washington. And she's like, it's right across the river in Portland here in Vancouver. And it's like, and 𝗏𝗏, right? I talk about him too. He's the guy in George Santos's district. So, I mean, if you look at that vote, it's just the optics are so terrible, right? Because, like, check it out, though. Check out how the thing that gets me about this shit is how, like, the Democrats get it from both ends, okay? They do, all right? Because if you look at it, here, let's look at the totals, okay? So, dude, it's like, it's this one, all right? So here it is. So this is the vote that everyone was talking about today, okay? So now what's crazy about this is if you put these 5, right? 218 wins it, okay? 218 is the win. So the Republicans have 218, right? You know what I'm saying? The Republicans have 218. They do. But they don't vote with all 218 because they have people in swing districts too, right? So it's like, dude, this shit is just so fucking, I don't know, it's tired, bro. It's tired because the Democrats can't stop it from being passed. So what happens is then they basically just agree to protect all their districts. You know what I'm saying? And so everybody that the Republicans that could look bad voting yes, don't vote. And the Democrats that could look bad voting no, vote yes. And then the Republicans don't have to exercise their 218. But the reason why this happened right? The reason why this happened is because the Republicans have 218. You know what I mean? And no, it does feel defeating because it's terrible optics. Because you know what happens? So here's what happens is now the whole Democratic Party wants to murder these 7 individuals, right? All the Democrats do, right? Because like, fuck, how are these people voting for ICE? You know what I'm saying? And yet the part of me that understands the politics of their districts realize that like these 7 people could be Republicans. They should be. They were. George Santos, fucking, I'm sure there was a Republican before Marie 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗆𝗀, right? But the thing that's fucked though, you ready? Here's the problem for the Democratic Party, and this is the part that really gets me, is, we know the names, right? We know the names, Hudson. You can find the names of the 7. There are 7 Democrats that are basically in red districts, but there are Democrats that control those districts. But anyway, the reason why I hate the optics of this is because everybody in the Democratic Party is fuming. They're so mad at the party because of these 7, and I totally understand that. And simultaneously, the Republicans are like 206 people voted against, like, keeping the streets safe. So the Democrats are getting it from like every side, dude. Right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, and yet it's like the way these districts are, you figure what else could we do, right? Like these 7 could have voted no. Okay. So there's 213 solid, unified, you know, anti-ICE thing. But then probably 5 of these 7 would get lost in November and they would get won by Republicans because of that vote. So it's like, dude, we're just fucking, you know, it's like we can't win, dude. There's no way to win here, boss. When you don't have power, it's like we're fucking stooges is what we are. But dude, the optics of this are brutal. You don't care about the Dems, you care about the people. Yeah. Well, I care about the people too, but I also know that if this number is fucking 220 next year, if the Republicans have 225, you know, like we would get buried. Like we got to take the House back. Do Republicans actually pay attention to this stuff? You mean the voters? I don't think the voters pay attention to this stuff, really. I just, you know, I think the voters just think the Dems are fucking shitty anyway. I think maybe some independent voters, you know, fucking, you know, like monitor this shit. I just think though the optics suck, right? It's really hard in situations like this to have, you know, and they can't, like the Dems can't really message this either because the Democrats can't say, hey, well, we had 7 members who had to vote yes in order to not lose their district, because then they would like they can't admit it. But every time we see this, this is what this is why it's happening, right? Because this vote right here was like the Democrats couldn't prevent the bill because they didn't have a majority. So what they did was they protected the having a majority in November is what they did. And in fact, you know, they're like, it was a strategic, this vote was about November. And so the nay was Massey. I don't know who the no voters were. Let's see who the Republicans did that were no voters. The people who didn't vote. All right, so let's see who We can get a list. Get a little roll call. So Massey voted no. And then the 4 who didn't vote, all right? So, oh, no. So these guys voted yes. So there were some no votes here that flipped and voted yes, all right? And then the, who were the Republicans? Oh, let me see here. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude. All right. So hold on. Let me see this. What's the bill? HR 7147. Dude, so annoying. All right. So, dude. Dude, you were searching for it and it sent you sideways? Yeah, no, it's really weird because now it's saying that Thomas Massey didn't vote. Who was the Republican no vote? Dude, these guys. Dude, yeah, no, it's sending me sideways too, bro. I'm not getting an answer. Let's see, roll call on HR 7147. You want to see when do we get a house tour? You want to see what's in your fridge? Let's go, Laser. I don't think you're getting a house tour, boss. But so you're just gonna have to imagine that. I'll tell you though, what's in there is food. A lot of food. Right? Food, fruits, vegetables. Let's see here. 7147. Where's the roll call? Where's the vote of it? Shit passed, right? Dude, they keep this shit buried, all right? So the 4 not voting. There we go. All right, so the 4 that didn't vote were Stefanik, McClintock, Hunt, and Harris, right? But dude, you ready? So, like, guys, look at this shit. This is the shit they do, right? Because, like, there you go, right? Elise Stefanik, okay? This is an open district. So they didn't vote. Right? Because it's like, this is a district that could potentially be lost. See, this whole thing is a shell game, bro. This entire, like the way all of this operates is about protection of power. Okay. So Elise Stefanik, for example, she's not running, right? Which means if the Democrats wouldn't play the game, if they didn't protect their districts, like, she would have had to vote yes. And there might be a time where the Democrats, like, the bill is not a danger to their district and they would force the vote, right? But all of these like people that are leaving, right? People that are leaving, the only Republican in Maryland, like that means if Harris votes for this thing, maybe they're out. So like all this whole vote, this entire vote right here was just the Republicans trying to not lose the House and the Democrats guaranteeing that they don't lose any of their swing districts, right? Because these, I think this, ready, right here, I think this is the most telling part of this vote. 7 traitor Dems. Yeah, I mean, you can look at that, Jibs, right? You could say that there are 7 traitor Dems. I get that. That's the optics of it. But there's 7 Democrats in Republican districts that just did, for now, what needed to be done to make sure that those 7 Democrats are still in those Republican districts in November. You know what I mean? And that's the thing about this that is so optically bad is I got online and people are just raging about this. And I get why they're raging about it because it's terrible fucking optics. You know what I'm saying? It's terrible fucking optics, but like what, you know what I mean? Like what do you do, bro? Because I mean, one of them is our neighbor, okay? Right? So Republican reps voted under the assumption that they're Republican voters. Do Republican voters still love ICE? So it's hard because it's not necessarily even just straight Republican voters. You know what it is? Because I think there are a lot of Republican voters that don't like ICE. But this is about districts, and districts are about voters, but they're more about the number of guaranteed voters, right? Like if you look at the Democrat and Republican district maps, right? Here's what we have is a whole bunch of those Democratic districts. No matter what the Democrats do, no matter how badly they fuck up, that district is guaranteed to go blue because there are so many Dems in there that they could do anything and they would still win with the Dems. And the same with the Republicans. The Republicans have so many districts that even no matter how bad it gets, they're guaranteed red. But then what gets fucked up is there's a whole bunch of districts that could go either way. You know what I'm saying? Right? That could go either way. Like one of them is this woman, okay? If you look at one of the women who did it is our neighbor, okay? Not our neighbor, but this woman, 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏, okay? So she, right? And this bill was not just about ICE. This was keeping the government open, okay? But here's what her statement is, okay? Her statement says, right, this is Washington's 3rd district. So what's hard about this, guys, is this district, Washington 3, is a Republican district. So, like, for example, if a progressive person tries to primary 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏, I don't know if they could primary her there, right? I mean, maybe they could, but if they won the primary, I think they might lose the district to the Republicans, which is like what's so shitty about this, because this is a Republican district, right? And so it's like, it's fucked up. It's a fucked up piece of the pie because she makes votes like this. And so her statement is about, our fishermen, blah, blah. The Department of Homeland Security is extremely important to my community. I could not vote to shut it down, blah, blah, right? But like, dude, and I hate this woman, right? Because this woman votes on, she doesn't make the principal Democratic votes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Dude, it's fucking terrible. It's like, this is because it's terrible optics. And then I sit and I think, well, what would we do though if her district was a Republican district? You know, and the Republicans do it too. Like 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗏 didn't vote because if she voted, right, that could potentially cost them the district, right? That's why 𝗙𝗍𝗍 didn't vote, you know? But again, guys, the root of this, the problem is that the Republicans have 218, you know? That's the problem. Like the Dems could have protest voted and said, fuck it, you're not doing it, and force these guys to protest vote. But like the problem is the Dems control more red seats than the red control blue seats, right? There's like purple seats that are red and there are blue seats that are reddish, right? Purple seats that are bluish, right? And purple seats that are reddish. And the Democrats control more of the purple seats, okay? The Democrats do. So because obviously their candidates are always better. The Republicans are fucking shitty, you know? So this is one of those things though that I was talking about that is like really bad optics, but you have to think strategically, why does this happen? This happens because this vote makes it so the Democrats can take the House back in November. Whereas if these 7 voters voted against the bill right now, okay, then the Republicans would get this passed, and then the Republicans or the Democrats would have 7, you know, or 4 or 5 threatened districts, right? But here's the problem, though. You ready? Here's the problem. Is we have to be very careful in November because let's say we take the House back. Okay. The plan right now is to take the House back. Okay. That's the absolute plan. But the problem becomes, what are these people going to do when we take the House back? Right. And this is the part that makes me nervous, especially in the Senate, is once we have the House, it's like, are these people going to help pass important shit? You know what I'm saying? And yes, guys, the thing is if these 7 didn't vote, if these 7 voted no, this bill was still passing, okay? It was just going to force the Republicans that didn't vote to vote, okay? But I think as much as the optics of this are terrible, I think like voting no on this right now would have potentially not been a good thing for November, right? You know, it's like it just was, they're going to make sure and protect their districts, right? So the parties made a deal. Well, so the parties in these situations, the parties always make these kinds of deals, guys. This is a reality. Like every time you see a vote where the whole party doesn't vote, it's like this. Like the parties always make these deals to like protect their districts if they can. And sometimes the Dems will go all in and force the vote, right? But what I'm saying is it's bad optics because this makes the Democratic Party look bad right now. I'm saying these types of votes, like unexplained, are bad optics. You know what I mean? I think because right now it just looks bad that 7 Democrats voted against this and they can't really come out and say, well, here's why we did it, because that would put them on record, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if people are all politically educated, they would know why this happened. But a lot of people aren't. A lot of people just want the Dems to always vote one way or another and be like, fuck the district. You know what I'm saying? So this is bad optics. It is, especially right now, just after a woman gets killed. Like, this is terrible optics. But the thing that I guess unworrisome to the Democrats is that it's in January. This will be forgotten like 6 months from now. There will be something else that we'll be fighting about, you know. But here's the you know, the situation. But this always happens, you know. This always happens. Like this is a regular part of the thing. And it's not even, you know what I'm saying? It's not even like it's a deal, because I don't think they sit in a room and hash it out. It's like everybody sort of takes the temperature of the vote. Like, let me give you an example. An example is the John McCain. Jenny and I talked about this today. You know John McCain? Remember John McCain on the Obamacare vote? Okay? Remember where Trump was voting to dismantle Obamacare? All right, let's see if we got a picture of this. And it was this one, okay? Here's an example, right? John McCain. So this is one of these examples where they held this vote, okay? And we'll find me the clip. Somebody find me the clip and we'll watch it. But so this one, they thought they had it, okay? They literally did. This was one of those where the Republicans had done their diligence. They thought McCain was going to vote yes on this thing. And you know what I'm saying? I think they thought they had it, right? And like McCain sank it. You know, there was one with Kyrsten Sinema where she sank the bill. But, you know, like, I don't know, because you have to wonder about this one, if they would have even called it for a vote. Because a lot of times, guys, if they don't have the votes, you know, they will, right? If they don't have the votes, they won't even bring it up. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I feel like John McCain is really, you know, I feel like this is the start of where we're at right now. You know what I'm saying? They knew what he was going to do. Dude, let's go. Dude, did they know? Some of them knew. Some of them probably thought he was going to come to his senses, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, they were definitely screwing Trump, but guys, I want to play you a clip. Oh, here's a clip. All right, watch this. Dude, this shit is depressing though, guys. It is. It's depressing.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed.
See, guys, he wasn't last. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't last. It was a regular vote, roll call vote.
Mr. Peters.
Right? Dude, you know what I'm saying? He didn't vote last. They just knew they got it, which is why the Democrats were clapping, and you saw Schumer over here being like, don't, like, he silenced the clap. No, he didn't wait until the end, but you see it. As soon as he does it, the Democrats start clapping. Watch Schumer. Schumer's like, right? You see that? Do you see Schumer there? Dude, he fucking came in and sank him. The Democrats were like, fuck yeah. And Schumer was like, knock it off, right? This is in the middle of the vote. But guys, I want to play you a clip here, okay? I want to play you a clip here with, I'm going to show you the moment like old politics died. Okay, let me show you the moment old politics died. And it's the McLean Town Hall. All right. Watch this, dude. It is this video. John McCain, right? You ready? Watch this, guys. This is from 2008. Okay? And let me tell you right here, guys, right? This is when American politics died. Okay? I'm telling you, it was a black president. okay, that fucking got us here, right? It's not Obama's fault, but it is the racism that got kicked up from a black president. But it was right here, guys. Just watch this.
And frankly, we're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency.
First of all, I want to be president of the United States, and obviously I do not want Senator Obama to be. But I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as president of the United States. Now, now look, if I didn't think I wouldn't be one heck of a lot better president, I wouldn't be running, okay? And that's the point. That's the point.
I got to ask you a question. I do not believe in, I can't trust Obama.
I do not.
I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No?
No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about.
But see, guys, this is right. It's because Obama was black, and they're groaning. They're racist. She's like, he's an Arab. They're like, he's a terrorist. And McCain's like, no, like, this guy's a good guy. He's a family man. He's a great fucking person, right? So the thing, though, is this is what Trump was like, aha. Trump, like, is the dude who all those groaning people in the room, Trump is like, let it out, baby. Trump walked in and sort of recognized that anti-racist shit, that anti-Obama racist thing. And that's what Trump rode in on. You know what I'm saying? Is that fear, that lack of education, those people that groan of like, oh my, what do you mean this black guy's a good man, right? And this is where Trump sprang up from. Like, for sure, you know? I mean, it's brutal. It is brutal to think that, like, you know, it's like, it is an absolute, like, relitigation of the civil rights movement. And look at what has happened. Look at what has happened since this, okay? Obama comes in. Obama, by all measures, was a fucking pretty goddamn good president. A lot of advancements, civil rights-wise, some revolutionary legislation passed. But now, you know, 10 years later, 13 years after his term ended, right? Or you know, 9 years after his term ended, what do we have? You know, they got rid of affirmative action. They stripped away DEI. They're trying to use the Civil Rights Act to protect white people. They're like trying to get rid of all districts of color. They overturned abortion. They're maybe going to go after gay marriage at some point. They certainly are not prosecuting like civil rights violations of the LGBTQ. It is like an absolute, like, they just completely have flipped everything to do with civil rights and racism to try and take us back to, you know, pre-1964. But man, I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about how this was the moment. And McCain here, like, you could see him like visibly like shook, right? You could see him like shook. And part of this, guys, is because of what happened after 9/11. Like, after 9/11, America kind of became a police state, right? I mean, when you think about it, look at what Bush did after 9/11, okay? You started having to take your fucking clothes off at the airport, right? The ICE was created, right? You know what I mean? Like the Border Patrol was enhanced. Everything became much more about, you know, like, you know, international fucking relationships went to the end. We started occupying all these territories. Right? Like, now the ICE that we're dealing with, even these people saying he's an Arab, that was because of the way they weaponized 9/11. You know, the Patriot Act, everything about that became the like anti-Arab sentiment. And then, right, like this big anti-Arab sentiment that then just attached itself to the straight white black racism already here in America. And you know, Trump rode in on that. That's how we got here. That's how we got Trump, guys. You know, that's how we got here. It is like, but McCain is like horrified. You know what I'm saying? He's horrified, dude. He in this town hall, he was like horrified, like what the fuck is going on, dude? Right, bro? He rode the fear and hate wave, and here we are, man, dude. Brutal, isn't it? Just brutal. It is like brutal to think about, you know, like fuck, boss. Fucking bullshit, bro. He was spotty at best. Ooh, John McCain, dude. I'm not glorifying John McCain. Don't get me wrong, dude. I'm not glorifying this guy at all. But I'm just saying that, like, you know, he was a type of politician where he was not MAGA. He was not MAGA, okay? And there were other Republican politicians that were not MAGA. And the problem is MAGA like took over the Democratic Party, okay? They capitalize on the most extreme fears and they came in and they just took it over. And that's why, like, you know, for better or for worse, the Democratic Party has been very careful to like make sure that there will not be an extreme faction that ever takes them over. Right? You know, they took it over completely. Took it over because we let them. I mean, I don't know how we could stop them. Oh, you mean the Republicans let them? Yeah, but a lot of this though stems to the people, guys. The Tea Party, they were problematic, you know, but a lot of this just stems to the people, guys. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That it's like it stems to the nature of the people. And I agree with Tall Chick in Vegas, but when Tall Chick says no messaging and voice from Dems, but like, guys, you know what's hard is like, here's what's hard about the messaging thing, because we talk about Dem messaging a lot. But I'm going to say right now, and hate me for saying this, but I don't think the Dems can win the messaging war. And there's a reason why the Dems have problems with messaging, because the Democratic Party isn't one message, okay? The Democratic Party is like 10 messages, right? The Republicans are good at messaging, not because they're good at messaging. They're good at messaging because they only have one message, right? Jesus, law and order, right? You know what I'm saying? White men, right? And that's it. That's their message. God-given rights, law and order, white men rule, women have the babies, right? And everybody in the Republican Party either agrees with that message or says like, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, right? And so their messaging is always the same. Even though they're lawless, right? It's all bullshit. It's a lie, but it is a singular message of like Jesus, law and order, and fucking, you know, the white people, white Christians, okay? And so the Democrat message is harder because, you know, if any messaging that like makes the white people in the Democratic Party might piss off the people of color, and any message that takes care of the LGBTQ could make other factions nervous, right? The middle centrists are now all nervous, right? You know, I mean, dude, we just, you know, if you do a Christian message, the Muslims are like, what the fuck are you talking about? So we don't get to have like one message. I mean, you know what I would love, guys? This is where I wish we would get one issue, okay? Because even we had abortion But abortion is a tough issue because you see a lot of men don't care about it, which I am frankly am heartbroken by it. But abortion wasn't a big enough issue because the men don't care about abortion. A lot of men. I wish we could just get one unifying issue for the whole party. One. You know, if it's Medicare for all or if it's whatever, one issue. Like, for example, one of the things that, you know, even with Zoran Mamdani, I feel like his issue of like childcare, like unified a lot of different groups, okay? Because everybody in New York, except the rich white people, had trouble paying for their kids to be taken care of. So Mamdani had that one issue that everybody, the poor white people, the people of color, the middle income people, everybody, the Jewish, the Muslim, the Christian, the whatever, the Hindu, everybody in New York was like, yeah, man, childcare is fucked up, bro. That's something we can get behind. And like the Dems need to find that. Like we need to find that shit like for our party. Like one, you know what I'm saying? One issue, right? That should be the messaging the Dems go with, despite all our different messagings. Yeah. No, I know. We definitely need fucking better messaging. You just want to find a damn job? Dude, Leslie, I hear you. Dude, my son's trying to find a job too. Black women vote for Dems. What message are we getting that nobody else seems to get? Yeah, so just saying, I don't think as far as the black women go, I don't think you're getting a message that nobody else seems to get. I just think you're smarter than everybody else. And no, you know what it is you're most affected by everything, right? Like the black women are the ones that literally like you bear the brunt of the pain of like all, right? You know what I'm saying? You're the least insulated of the group. So you know what happens, like, holy shit, if you don't win, you know that all that shit's coming down on you, right? And whereas the white suburban moms, dude, the Republicans can win for 20 fucking years and they don't feel it. You know what I'm saying? And like, so you just know, you know, you're smart enough because you fucking feel the effects. You see it. Dude, I mean, dude, yeah, this shit just pisses me off though. It fucking does, boss. This shit, like, dude, I'm like so tired of the US government system. I am, dude. You're welcome. I mean, I'm trying to support as much as I can, dude. Dude, you know what they say? I mean, after George Floyd, like Jenny got very into like anti-racism work, and we started having family culture meetings via Zoom during the pandemic with Jenny's family, because Jenny's family is mixed race. Okay. Like one of Jenny's uncles married a black woman. So Jenny's family is mixed race. And after George Floyd, we started having these Zoom family culture meetings to like talk about that. And it was really wild to like see, you know, to even find out how people felt or things people didn't feel comfortable talking about, sort of kept mom in a mixed race family. And it was really, really interesting. But so Jenny started studying all this anti-racism stuff, and she wrote a one-woman play about her family. And then we had those family culture meetings for the better part of like 2 years or a year and a half. But there's a statement in there that I thought was really interesting. The one that says we won't be truly free until black women are free, right? And that's something that is said in anti-racism work. And I kind of see that very much true in real life, right? And what do you say by that? People could say, oh, black women are free, but no, but we're talking like real freedom to where a black woman can resist and not be automatically dismissed as combative and a problem, right? Where they have actual freedom, right? Because like what we went through here in Portland is we had an amazing city council member named Joanne Hardesty, okay? And she was like a fighter. She was feisty, but she got run out of office because if a black woman is really feisty and toes the line, says, do not cross this line, they're automatically looked at as like too aggressive. They're causing problems. You know what I'm saying? Like a white man can be combative and they're like, good for him, right? But if a black woman is combative and draws the line, it's because no, right? And yes, it is intersectionality, right? You know, it is like they have the misogyny and they have the, you know, the racial component. And so we're seeing it play out right now, okay, with 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗏 Crockett. You know what I'm saying? We're definitely seeing it play out with 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗏 Crockett. Okay, look at 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗏 Crockett, man. She is smart. She is a fighter. She is feisty. She is aggressive. She doesn't take any shit. And everybody fucking, you know, lays in. And yeah, the church protester, shall we look at that real quick, guys? While we're on this subject, let's go look at the church protester because, of course, who did they arrest, guys? Who did they fucking arrest in the church protest? Dude, they arrested the black woman, right? And then they did AI on her fucking photograph, boss. Look at this shit, okay? Right there. Dude, this is AI, okay? They arrested the black woman, of course, but dude, this is an AI photo, guys. This is the White House released a photo of a citizen who's not even been charged, and then they used AI to affect her face when it was like they got community noted digitally altered image. Because the thing about it is she's not fucking crying like that. She knew she was getting arrested. Yeah, that is not how she looked. Isn't that crazy? That is insane, guys, that they're using AI. They did it to 𝗻𝗏𝗡 Farmer? Of course they did. Dude, this needs to be like, we need to clamp down on this. The White House using AI to politicize, like I think they're gonna get off, okay? I don't think these people are getting they're not gonna get punished. They may be arrested, but I don't think they're gonna get off. I mean, this has gotta work against the White House, because how is this not, like, the fact that they're using AI? This is like politicizing this thing. This is absolutely, you know, like the White House manipulating the fucking public relations around this. Like she better get off. She better get off because of this shit. You know, this is fucking crazy. Okay. But yeah, so the people that got arrested though, right, are like fucking clockwork, dude. Republicans need to be held accountable. They do need to be held accountable, guys. They do. Dude, isn't this crazy? And you know, Don Lemon though, did you see him freaking out about Don Lemon? Dude, Lemon, dude, you need a dance party? All right, dude, we all need a dance party. Dude, Don Lemon got off and Pam Bondi is freaking out, dude. But he's a man, all right? But guys, can I just say, can I show you something? Because I want you to see, I want you to take a good look here, okay? I know Don did nothing wrong, but all right, let me start the dance party goal, thank you. And then I want to show you something though, because guys, all of this ICE stuff has been around black women, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's all been around black women. I want to show you everybody that Trump has gone after. All the women that Trump has gone after. Okay? Since the beginning of his thing. You ready? Number one is the black women related to this. Okay? To the protest in the church. Number two is Rep McIver, okay? 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏, remember? ICE in New Jersey, black woman, okay? Tish James, Attorney General, New York, black woman. Fani Willis, black woman. Every single one, guys, every single person that Trump has arrested and tried to make a spectacle of, black woman. Yeah, he's going after Ilhan Omar. I mean, she's Somalian, but a woman of dark skin, right? And then for a while, they threatened AOC, Tom Homan, all dark-skinned women, right? And yeah, coincidence? No, that's not a fucking coincidence. Every single one of them. And here's why, though, guys, is A, one of them is sure, you know, they were women involved in his circle or whatever, women he didn't like, or 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏, you know what I'm saying? She was the representative in New Jersey. But part of it is because of, it's like the same technique that sociopaths, that serial killers do. It's not Somalian, it's Somali. Oh, thank you, Peter Burke. All right, sorry. It's Somali. Thank you. Okay. But so Tim Scott, black woman. But so the thing is, though, guys, is they're the group that has the least like social power. Okay. So by him pursuing and attacking and bearing down on the black women, it's like no group really stands up and protects them. You know what I'm saying? Because of the way the social structure is, oftentimes they're on their own, right? Even look at fucking Jasmine Crockett. She's running for Senate, and you have somebody like Keith Edwards saying, oh, she shouldn't run, right? It's like, fuck you, Keith. Shut up, boss, right? Get behind her shit. Of course she should run. You know what I'm saying? And there are no Somalis on the Epstein list. Black women all the time. Let's go, Magnolia Girl. Let's go. We got to get up here and get... Fucking Ella said, let's get it. But guys, that's not an accident. Okay, stop stupidity. Let's go, baby. Dude, and Tony Sled said, Republicans hella quiet about damaging Canadians and insults to our sovereignty plus threats. Canadians notice Republicans and their disrespect. Dude, Canada fucking hates us, boss. You know, I hope we can recover from all this hate. Paula, yeah, no, I know. Guys, here's what I think, guys. I think this. I think that, like, we just have to go through this. You know what I'm saying? I do. I think we have to go through this, guys. I hate to say it, but like I really think we thought 1964 and the Civil Rights Act, we thought it was like the end of all that shit, and it turns out that it was just the beginning. You know what I mean? Like it was just the beginning. But guys, here I want to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Just saying, gave away membership. Let's go. I want to take a moment here, okay? In the middle of this, guys, we got to take a moment to look at how far we've come, okay? Because, guys, Kamala Harris, a black woman, and, you know, a South Asian woman, right? A black and South Asian woman, a black and brown woman, like at her core, right? She took over a presidential run with 107 days. She picked Tim Walz, who I believe was a bad pick. He was a weak pick. She shouldn't have picked him. I didn't like the pick. I know the leftists like the pick, but he's not a fighter. He's too soft and too vulnerable. But even with a bad, like, VP pick who, like, got his ass kicked in the debate and couldn't stand up to a reporter for shit, okay? She still literally almost beat the man with Elon Musk paying $1 million a fucking day, bro. Okay? You know what I'm saying? She like, that's amazing. She almost dethroned this shit. And like, if we were just smarter people, she would have done it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's pretty good, dude. She put up a hell of a fight. And that, when I was a kid, When I was 10 years old, dude, that was not happening. You know what I'm saying? And like, I agree with Gorg right there. I don't like Shapiro, but I agree that I think Shapiro would have been the better pick, or Bashir, one of those two, either Shapiro or Bashir. Tim was a great VP pick. No, he wasn't. He's just not good in the media, right? He's a good policy guy, but he's terrible in the fucking media. You know what I'm saying? Like, the reporters ate Tim Walz alive. They made him look like an idiot. And in the debate, he got clowned, right? They should have gone with Andy Bashir or Josh Shapiro. The reason why I thought Josh Shapiro, like, I'm going to tell you, here's my personal take, okay? And so Shapiro is a guy loved by white Republicans in Pennsylvania. So the white independent people in the Midwest would have liked Shapiro, and it would have allowed Kamala to go a little further out to the left for the Gaza people, the pro-Palestinian, like, huge number of young people and people, because everybody that's nervous about that shit would have felt comfortable because Josh Shapiro was like pro-Israel. We would have had a pro-Israel and a pro-Palestinian people attached to the same ticket, which would have given a lot of leeway. But you know what I'm saying? Which would have given her a lot of leeway, you know? And you know, I think, or Andy Bashir was another one of those central, because the thing about Tim, guys, don't hear me wrong. I like Tim, but Tim is too nice. Look at him getting eaten alive, dude. Nancy Mace ate him alive. The reporters, when they asked him about his military service, they ate him alive. He's too fucking nice, bro. He can't handle the heat when they call him a liar. And the other thing is the right wingers, they started calling him Tampon Tim and shit. And so he played into their anti-trans bullshit, and he didn't fight it. He didn't fight that shit. He didn't have a comeback when Nancy Mace asked him, what is a woman? He didn't know what to say, dude. He's too fucking nice. We needed somebody a little dirtier. You know what I'm saying? But Democrats are too nice in general. You could say that. Dude, I just think Tim was like, you know, he was just, a great guy, great policy, but not capable for the fucking national stage. You know what I'm saying? Because to the national stage, you gotta be able to throw haymakers, you know? You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to throw haymakers. And Tim Walz is like are you okay? Is everybody okay? Like, you know what I mean? Come on, are you okay? I just want to make sure you're okay. We're all people here. Love your neighbor. And like, dude, that's great in Minnesota, but that shit, he got knocked around, boss, right? Dude, that loss was devastating. It was, Paula. I'm not going to argue. Yeah, right? Oh, shit. Dude, 𝗙cie said, I still got hope. Hope's all I got. Dude, yeah, lay into the hope, dude. We're going to be all right. Dude, JD dropped a membership. Let's go. Thank you, JD. Appreciate you. And Les said, during the election, all the anti-black stuff about Kamala turned my stomach. Also, I want to say thank you for speaking on these hard truths. Even if they aren't popular always, it is what good leaders do. Oh, thank you, Les. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff is hard to talk about, guys, but I'm going to keep talking about it. The Southern strategy is alive and well and Republican. Yeah, dude, JD, you're not wrong. Dude, just saying with the gifted membership, let's go. Right? All right. We're all caught up. It is hard to talk about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It is hard. But dude, I fucking... That's a great statement. What JD says right here, right? There we go. It says Walz, good legislator, bad politician. That's beautiful. That's beautifully said. Dude, Tim Walz is an amazing legislator, but he's a terrible politician. He is, dude. When he's just terrible when somebody gets in his face and says you're a liar. He folds. Okay, when someone gets in his face and is like, I'm gonna fucking turn you upside down, you're a liar, you're a pig, you're terrible, he's like, whoa, right? Did you see Keith Edwards attacking Jasmine Crockett on Threads? I don't know what to think about it. So, Laser, I did not see what happened on Threads, but I will show you. What I did see. If we go to Keith Edwards, right? Because I know, though, Keith Edwards is like, he's in the 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄 camp. Okay. He like Keith Edwards is a Democratic, operative, right? He worked in digital strategy for Democratic campaigns. So he is very tied to, some section of the Democratic Party. And so what he did was let's see. Right? And so the thing about it is he has been like, it was this thing, right? Let me find this. I want to find his one tweet that he did. All right. Because I did reply to one. Right. But he is obviously in the 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄 camp. Okay. Right. He is in the 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄 camp. Like Keith Edwards is. And I'm not sure why or what it is about it. Like, I don't know what part of that is, right? But he is, it's obvious that he is some way connected. I don't know if he has friends or something that are working on that campaign, or if he weren't YouTubing, if he would be working on that campaign, right? Because he did work on Jon Ossoff's campaign. So he is connected to the Democratic machinery. You know what I'm saying? But let me show you the response that I had, because I remember when this shit came out. Okay, where, let me see here. Okay, it was this one right here, dude. I ratioed him. Okay, I ratioed him back on my dad's birthday. All right, January 10th. It's my dad's birthday. And he said, one of the reasons someone like Nick Fuentes, an actual racist, is ascendant is because insane people on the left have weaponized racism so much and stretched its definition so far that the word has lost all meaning. And the reason that this, like, he tweeted this was because of those guys that were saying, don't donate to Jasmine Crockett. And some people were like, what's with the racism? And he was like, saying shit that's not racist is why we have Nick Fuentes. And I'm like, dude, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Like, literally 70 years ago, everyone in America was Nick Fuentes. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Nick Fuentes is ascendant is because so much of America is, has that Nick Fuentes, that racist shit in them. You know what I'm saying? Right? And you know what I mean? And so but this is about 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄, okay? Because I'll explain to you what they're thinking. Should have replied back, quiet piggy, let's go wild card. Dude, so here's the thing though, guys. It is, dude, Ventura / Hunter Biden 2028. Dude, the ticket that has never been. But so the thing about this, guys, the thing about this is it's about 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄, okay? And I'll try to explain it politically. Now, I can't speak as to whether somebody is racist or not racist in their bones, but like trying to tell Jasmine Crockett not to run is some bullshit, because you don't tell a fucking, right? She's very popular. They removed her seat, okay? Like, they should totally, like, let her, she can run if she wants to. But here's their fear, guys. Their fear is this. Their fear is that they're worried that Jasmine Crockett's going to beat 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄. And they want 𝗤𝗨𝗏𝗄 to be the Senate candidate. Now they think, oh, if it's like a Bernie Sanders all over, okay? And what do I mean by that? I know everybody gets mad. But so with Bernie, they said if Bernie beats Hillary, Bernie will win against Trump. And there's no guarantee that he would, but that was the common knowledge. We got the poll. The polls show if Bernie beats Hillary, Bernie will beat Trump, but Hillary won't beat Trump. Now, the problem was Bernie couldn't beat Hillary, okay? That was the problem. So they were like, but Bernie will beat Trump if we just get Hillary out of the way. But you notice they like to do this to women, okay? They do this to women candidates, all right? You know, we don't really see this a lot where they're asking men to step aside, you know what I'm saying? But this is the same thing that's going on in Texas. They're afraid that Jasmine Crockett is going to win the Democratic nomination, but they believe 𝗙𝗪𝗪 can win the Senate seat. So they want, right? But it's like, if you're going to win the Senate seat, you got to win the primary, you know? I mean, if you're not winning the primary and you're winning the Senate seat, then you're essentially a Republican candidate, is what it's saying. Because if you are really the Dem voter, right? But this is like, goes back to that purple shit, okay? That they're afraid that Jasmine Crockett is going to easily win the Democratic primary, but that she's not going to get any of the middle voters because of the racism and misogyny in Texas. They're afraid that once she wins that primary, she'll lose. And they're probably not wrong, okay? Because Texas is a horribly racist and misogynist state. And so, right? So but like, what do you do there, man? I mean, you can't tell her to not run. You know what I'm saying? She's like a powerhouse and they removed her district. So I don't know what you do there. I liked what somebody said there, that 𝗙𝗪𝗪 should get her House seat. But they really, though, want to win Texas, right? They want to win Texas. You know what I'm saying? They want to win Texas, right? 𝗙𝗪𝗪 allegedly has the same big donors as Trump, and it's AIPAC money. Well, so the thing about this, though, guys, Angie Pangie, let me just tell you, 𝗙𝗪𝗪 is a Christian, guys. Okay. So 𝗙𝗪𝗪 he's a Christian man. So he is going to be, pro-Israel. He is going to be pro, I don't know if he's pro-Netanyahu, but he's definitely pro, like, American, influence in the Middle East because he's a Christian. He's like, I mean, I don't know a lot about him, but the Christian thing sort of like, I'm tired of these like openly Christian people, but could he win in Texas? He's no jank. Dude, yeah, and nobody knows what's going to happen. But I kind of, guys, I stop stupidity, let's go. I think Jasmine Crockett definitely has a right to run for that Senate seat. And Crockett's history, well, dude, guys, you ready? I mean, I don't think there's going to be a candidate that comes out of Texas that is not a fan of Israel. Like, I mean, this is something that the Democratic Party, you can look at AIPAC and you can look at like Netanyahu, but as far as like supporting the, Israel's, existence in the Middle East, every Christian in America is going to be like a fan of Israel, whether they want to give them money or not. Like, I don't think that's going away anytime soon because of the schism, right? Because of the Islamophobia that's inherent in American Christianity. Like, I mean, maybe the young people, if they become like non-Christian, the young people can bring about that change. But a lot of like Christians are going to tend to support the notion of Israel, the concept of Israel, because of Christianity being opposed to Islam. And it's fucked up, right? So I don't know how we fucking deal with that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. It's the Christianity is what pollutes it, guys. It's what it is. Miss Natty, let's go. Thank you. Dude, we again, though, we have a religion problem here in America, boss. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 is taking money from, let's see if there's any truth to that. A group funded by Adelson was the biggest donor to 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀's campaign last year. So, yeah, I mean, it's in political. There you go, right? Yikes, right? Dude, bada bing. You know, there you go. 59,000 from a group funded by Miriam Adelson. Okay? And, right, quietly accepted funds from a PAC backed by one of the wealthiest donors in the Republican Party. Okay, so he did receive that. But again, though, guys, you know, like, I you know, not to get into one of those long circular discussions, but we are going to have to be, like, as Democrats, we're going to have to figure out what to do, you know. We're going to have to figure out what to do about, you know, some of this, because it's not going to be a clean break. But anyway, though, to address somebody who said history buff, he was a state senator, right? He was a state representative. That's why that number is so low, right? He ran for the state house. So they don't spend a lot of money on their campaigns. 59,000 is actually a big donation for a state representative, right? He wasn't like in the Congress. So that's actually a pretty big amount of money. They don't spend a lot of money on their campaigns, right? Dude, yeah, guys, you know what we need to do? What we need to do, guys, we need to figure out how to not be a Christian company. You know, he's taking a vocal stance against the ongoing war. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. But so the thing about it, 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀, the thing about this, though, is here's what I want to school you guys in, okay? What I want to school you guys in is what 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 is saying here, because let me explain this to you, okay? So James 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗀 is taking a vocal stance against the war in Gaza, labeling it a moral disaster, condemning Israel's actions as atrocities and war crimes. Now, what we have seen, though, is that same stance has not prevented American Christians from voting yes on non-offensive aid to Israel, okay? So they will still, like AOC, voted for a package of non-offensive aid to Israel, okay? Even, right? I mean, many people in Congress will still send them money for defense or infrastructure, etc., to help the country, because Israel is like fighting American interests in the Middle East. And here's where it gets complicated, because 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗀 can say, yes, this war is a moral disaster. It is atrocities and war crimes. But once that guy gets elected, he is untouchable for 6 years. If he wins the Senate seat, that's a 6-year seat. Okay? So now he can go in and he can start voting to do whatever to make Miriam Adelson's group happy, and you can't touch him for 6 years. You know what I mean? And this is what is so complicated about this shit, and why we're not going to have an easy out in our fucking Congress with this, because right? Because the thing is no, he's not going to be signing missiles and shit. Of course not. And he'll be a vocal spokesperson, but I also don't believe he's going to just turn his back on Israel completely, because I don't think any Christian will, right? I don't think any Christian in America is in government is going to really turn their back on our proxy warfighter in the Middle East. And that's what's so fucked up about this. Like, I don't know how we overcome this, because there's this Christianity problem, you know? So I don't know what he's going to do, guys. I can't say 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗀's going to do this or going to do that. But what I will say is 6 years, guys. A Senate seat is 6 years. They are untouchable. That's what's so crazy about that, you know? So we don't know. We don't know what he's actually going to do. right? I mean, you know, and what they say and what they do aren't always the same thing. Stop stupidity, let's go. Dude, so I don't know, man. I just don't know. But I don't, Keith Edwards puts out a lot of slop. Am I wrong? I mean, he puts out a lot of gossipy shit. But dude, the other thing about Keith Edwards, though, that's crazy, that I gotta say, I gotta give the man some props as a YouTuber. Dude, his YouTube channel has like the highest views in relation to like the number of subscribers and the average number of views his videos get. He is like the #1 political YouTuber as far as his videos getting the most views compared to his subscriber numbers. Like he routinely does, he got 1 million subs in 1 year, and then he routinely gets like 30% of his subscriber total every video. And it's insane. I'm like, dude, like normally you get maybe 10, right? 5 to 10% of your subscriber total with every video. He gets like 30, dude. It's insane. But he's also got like, I think he's got some people like, I think he's got like a YouTube guru working with him, right? I do. I think he hires, I think because of his Democratic connections, I think maybe he's got a guru kind of guy, you know? Dude, I would love to have Jasmine Crockett in the Senate. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't go 0 to 1 million in 1 year without having like there are people, guys, that like are really good YouTube. You know, I mean, normally it's like Brian Tyler Cohen where it takes years and you build up and you grow. But like, you know, 1 million in a year is pretty, you have somebody that really knows the titling and shit. And like, there are people that know how those algorithms work. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it might have touched every video, every video. All hell is breaking loose as Trump rots from the inside. It is. It's like SEO, you know, like SEO. There are people that just know that shit. That, you know, like one of them is this guy, Patty. Okay. He doesn't do politics, but this guy, Patty Galloway, right? This guy right here, dude. This guy is one of those, he's like worked with Mr. Beast and shit. So Patty Galloway is somebody that you hire. He works with like, you know, if he finds a YouTuber that has a niche, he goes in and works with them and shows them how to blow that shit up, how to make the thumbnails, how to schedule their content. And he's just a fucking YouTube guy who is like, right? He's always showing you how he fucking goes in and helps channels fucking do crazy shit. Okay? Dude, and because there are people that know that are just really good. They like see the fucking, they're like Tom Brady's of YouTube, right? Yes, Keith's job before this was in digital media and it was with the Democratic Party. So Keith has access to top level fucking analytic, you know, talent and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's good. Dude, he's a good YouTuber, man. Dude, let me just show you guys. All right. I have a thing here called YouTube Intel. You ready? So there are channels that I study what everybody does. And like YouTube Intel, look at who's #1, dude. These are the channels I look at and I sort of like study what their video titles are. I look at Keith. I look at Adam. I look at Brian Tyler Cohen, Kyle Kalinske, Jack Cocchiarella, the I've Had It podcast, Luke Beasley, The Vanguard, David Pakman, and Midas Touch. Those are the ones that I study that because they're all like kind of killing it with SEO, right? They're really good with, you know, consistency. So I study these guys, you know what I'm saying? They're part of my YouTube Intel program, dude. Dude, I wake up every day, probably 7 times a day. I go and look and see what they're doing. Dude, Majority Report. See, Majority Report is interesting because Majority Report is like, they're great commentators, but they're not good YouTubers, okay? Right? And there's a difference, Okay, there's a difference between being a great commentator and being a great YouTuber. Okay, great commentators are people that have banging live streams and they have great viewpoints and they're good debaters and they're out there just cranking their shit. And then the YouTubers are the ones that are like working the YouTube algorithm. And so as a person that is like trying to make it, you know what I'm saying? As a person, if you're starting a YouTube channel now, you have to be a good YouTuber. Like, let me just tell you guys, okay? And I'm going to say it straight out. If Majority Report started today, they would have to be a good YouTuber. Like 10 years ago, you didn't have to be a good YouTuber. You just had to be on YouTube. And now, though, because of all those established people, now you have to be a good YouTuber. Oh, dude, the Humanist Report, he used to be on there. No. Thank you for that. I have to put fucking him on there. He used to be right after Kyle, right? Dude, yeah, no, I use him too. I don't know why he's not on there, but we're going to put him in. Put him in the game, boss. Dude, yeah. Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗟𝗧? Nah, he's good shit. There we go. All right, perfect. Thank you. Dude, he was in there, right? Sam Cedar? Right? So he is fucking like, that's the thing that's hard, guys, is like now it's the competition is like really fierce. It's a different ball game, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if Kyle 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗀 started today, he would have to approach YouTube completely different. You know what I mean? Like it's the longer it goes, the harder it gets to get in there. It's just the nature of it, right? 10 years ago was the time to be on political YouTube. Then when you were on 10 years ago, people were just blowing up because of who they are, and not so much about the like working the algorithm. But, you know, I mean, the same shit though goes on, right? It's like with everything as niches evolve, right? Dude, you're 100% going against JD Vance. I'm with you. But dude, Keith is a good YouTuber though, dude. Dude, and I tell you guys, I've been studying Keith, right? I have, because one of the things that, let me just show you, one of the things that Keith has done is about a month and a half ago, okay? This is why you watch other YouTubers. About a month and a half ago, Keith Richards went from his, Keith Richards, I called him Keith Richards. He went from his sort of like feisty, regular, you know, whatever. Let me show you the old style of titles, okay? The old titles of like, you know, the standard titles. It was before he put his face on the thumbnails. Okay, his titles were like regular YouTube, okay, where it was like Stephen Miller's wife destroys her life in 30 seconds. White House in crisis after Trump stroke video leaks. But then he made a change, guys. Whoever's running his YouTube, this is why they hide him. It's starting to happen, right? He started making a change where he put himself on the thumbnails and he started doing titles that were like, you know, this is terrible. This is really fucked up, right? And doing, oh my God, like titles that are not with keywords, okay? And so like, I was like, huh, that's interesting. And dude, I've done that, and some of that shit has worked out well for me. Like having some of the titles, I've been now doing a mix of that, right? Where I've been having some titles that are like, the president is not well. And that video performed very, very good, right? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or they're not beating the allegations, right? You know what I mean? I've been sort of mixing that shit in too, right? Trump is no longer a legitimate president, like not doing the keyword shit. And so you got to evolve it. You just keep sort of evolving as time goes on. You keep changing your fonts and yeah, it is part of the game. But dude, Keith is like, he's a fucking good YouTuber, boss. He is a good YouTuber. Like, no matter what you want to say about the man, that guy is a fucking highly skilled YouTuber, boss. Dude, you can see it. I guess we're all using curb stomp this week. I mean, dude, it's part of the it's part of the deal, right? If you got to learn how to work that algorithm, guys. And then you got to do that work for every platform, right? It's part of the job, right? Because I'm not just a political commentator. I'm a political YouTuber. Have you seen the Lex Fridman podcast? I have, dude. I don't like Lex, though. Dude, Majority Report started with Sam and Janine Garofalo. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That is crazy to think about, dude. But I have seen Lex, but I don't really like Lex. But Lex, though, Lex's YouTube is different, though, because Lex is, I just find him really boring. I can't listen to that shit. But his YouTube is about his guests, okay? And that's what he's in a different genre, okay? Like Lex's, you know what I'm saying? That are, they came after him, that are all attacking you. What are you talking about, Jana? Who's attacking, right? But Lex is his channel is built about getting really big name guests, right? So he's getting he's lining up like he's like he's like a publicist in a way, right? Because he's one of those guys where his Lex Fridman skill is getting big name people, really famous people to come on his show, right? And they're like, I don't have that skill. I'm not a call up like somebody's publicist and arrange to get them on my show, dude. I do not have those kinds of skills. I'm like funny and irreverent and will say shit that nobody else will say. We'll delve into the uncomfortable truth because I'm not worried about getting raked over the coals, right? But everybody has different fucking skills. You know what I'm saying? Keith and Luke are on your do not recommend list. They both ramble and say little of the clip name topic. Dude, yeah, you know what's interesting, guys? It's really interesting because I don't love Keith's content, right? I don't like Keith's content, okay? But I like his YouTubing ability. But when I watch his content, I don't watch Keith's channel really. The people that I watch that I like Hassan, I like Kyle Kowinski, I like Brian Tyler Cohen, I like the people with energy, I like the guys from the Vanguard, right? But who I like most, okay? I like some mainstreamers. I like Chris Hayes, I like Jon Stewart, I like Nicole Wallace, okay? I like, but I think my favorite, like my favorite two are Kyle Kowinski is definitely my favorite, okay? He's number one, all right? He's definitely number one. Then, you know who I really am starting to like? Dude, it's I don't know if you've even heard of her, but I just discovered her recently. But who I'm really starting to like is Jessica Burbank. Do you know who she is? Dude, she is like, she's weird, but dude, I really like her, dude. She is fucking, I don't know. She's pretty cool. She does weird shit. Like the phone rings or whatever. Like she'll fucking, like.
Is America turning into Nazi Germany? A bunch of posts went viral saying that German war court
Let me find this though, dude, where she like picks up her phone, like watch
called
this.
law enforcement. Hello? Who's this? 1933 Germany. Oh.
He should pick up the phone and he should say that he will cooperate with this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do.
Oh, but this is different. Trump is saying they're doing it for the protection of the American people. That's what the Nazis called it too. The protection, the presidential degree for protection of the people.
Dude, I fucking love her, dude. She's so funny, bro. Oh shit. That's who I recently discovered. I really enjoy her. She's like a fucking, she's a little out there, right? and creative and makes me laugh. The Katie Miller podcast, dude, not doing it. Dude, no, she commits, right? And I think that's what I like about it is like, because guys, I don't know about you, but the problem that I have, with a lot of political commentators is they're boring, okay? A lot of left-wing political commentators are boring. They're just like, oh, let me tell you about the news, and like, let me just be very, I cannot believe that they just did this. I cannot believe what ICE is doing. This is so, we should be enraged. And dude, I don't fucking like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Check out Emma Thorne. All right, did I miss somebody? Hold on, let me check. I want to make sure. All right, no, I didn't miss. All right. Check out Emma Thorne, best atheist content. All right, dude, we'll look at it. I don't know if I'll watch her content right now, but I will fucking scope her out. We'll put her in a fucking browser here. A lot of the left-wing people are just boring, dude. Right? Come on, Boston Brian again. Dude, I've not really talked to Boston Brian that much. And he doesn't seem like he's been making videos as much. Has he been fucking working or what? Oh, I think I know Emma Thorne, right? But she doesn't do like politics. She does more like pop culture. All right. Nice. I'll save that browser. I'll go check her out. Dude, you know who else? You know who's crazy is, do you know who, like, I fucking, you like Luke Beasley? Yeah, Luke Beasley. Luke Beasley's pretty good. It's more atheist content. All right. Tabitha's really good. Yeah, no, Tabitha is good too. Who's boring? Just a lot of, left-wing political people are too moderate, right? Are too, like, mellow for me. I like aggressive. I like fast pace. Dude, Tabitha is funny, guys. Dude, Tabitha is funny. And the other person that I really like is Good Trouble. Okay? I like people that are irreverent too. You know what I'm saying? I like fucking people that are a little bit in your face, right? So I really like Sam. Dude, Good Trouble. This guy, he's one of my favorites. And you know who else I like is I can't remember her name, but her fucking, what's her name? Right? Slay the GOP. I can't remember her name, but I really enjoy her too. I watch her a lot on Instagram, right? She's really good. Dude, I don't really have a lot of time to watch people. You don't like her? Oh, dude, I like her. Dude, I like her. She's like aggro and kind of snotty. My inner mean girl gets activated when I watch her. Dude, let's go. Dude, Lawrence O'Donnell is amazing. Dude, Crystal Ball is great too, dude. Crystal Ball is amazing. Yeah, let's go. But guys, so you ready? You ready though? Let me cue you in. I don't know how other people do it, but I hardly watch content. I am lucky if I watch like an hour of content a day because I spend all my time fucking making it, guys. I mean, I keep up with the news on Twitter and I watch little bits. I watch 5 minutes here. I watch 5 minutes there. But for the most part, I don't get to digest a lot because I spend like 15 hours making it. It sucks, bro. I don't know how people keep up. Dude, Hal Sparks. Let's go. Sup, homie? I lost a friend this week and have been having a week. You guys can always come watch me and Katie at the Millennial Gays. We tiny but real. Let's go. All right, let's go. The Millennial Gays. Good title, dude. That's a good fucking title, man. I'm sorry you lost someone, boss. That is fucking rough, May Money. Dude, Oakland's in the house. Yeah, Park Rose. I see her on TikTok sometimes. Dude, it is Kyle Kowinski has mentioned Jon Stewart. Dude, Kyle Kowinski has mentioned political punk several times. Let's go. Oh, dude, I do like Medi. Dude, Kyle's doomsday. See, so my guys, for the most part, my doomsday people are Kyle and Hassan. Okay, those are my doomsday people. Are Kyle and Hassan, and occasionally Wajahat Ali, right? Sometimes he's a little doomsday, but those are my doomsday people. For the most part, but dude, I don't know why Kyle's doomsday doesn't bother me. Okay, dude, Kyle's doomsday doesn't bother me. If I see some video of his that's maybe like really doomy, I just don't watch it. All right. But I don't know why Kyle's doom doesn't bother me. Dude, I love Francesca. She's really good too. You know, and I don't know, I guess because even with Kyle's doom, I feel like he still is like believes in the fight. Like he's not like super doomy. But Kyle and Hassan are my two doomy dooms. And I do like Francesca. I don't like, you know, I don't dislike Emma Vigeland. Like, I think she's a great speaker and shit, and she's really good at what she does, but I don't watch her a lot. I don't know. When I watch Emma, she doesn't like get me like, you know, like people like Franny gets me hyped. Dude, Kyle gets me hyped. Fucking, you know, Brian Tyler Cohen gets me hyped. There are people where their energy, Crystal Ball gets me hyped. You know what I mean? There are people, but like when I watch Emma Vigeland, I'm like, yeah. Dude, Sam Cedars the same way. I really like Sam Cedar in a debate setting, right? I like Sam Cedar like when he goes onto a right-wing show. I love Sam Cedar, but I don't normally just tune in and watch Sam Cedar because he's like, he's not as exciting to me when I think he's better when he's shitting on people, right? BTC takes billionaire money. Yeah, I mean, guys, I'll be honest with you. I don't hate people who take billionaire money. I'm not like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I look at people like Midas Touch or whatever that do all these like big corporate funding things, and I don't have a problem with that, guys. I'm not one of those Democrat leftists who worries about that shit. I think some people take big money and some people don't. But like, to me, that, you know, I've taken big money before. You know, when I was a gaming streamer, I've taken corporate money, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, I fucking work on YouTube. I literally work for Google. I get paid by Google. Who am I to fucking tell people what money to take? You know what I'm saying? You can tell Emma really cares. Dude, Emma does, dude. She's very passionate and she's a great speaker. You know, I just, for whatever reason though, I think it might be an age thing, right? I think Emma has a like, I don't know. I think Emma has a, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Emma has a very young person, like, you know, because of me being 50, I think some of the people are, you know, like some of the left-wing people feel like they're more for the younger set, you know? I think that's what it is with me and Emma. I think Emma is a younger version of leftism that is hard for me to connect with sometimes, right? Because I'm a boomer. Dude, let's go. But yeah, dude, I think people, you know, I think some people take corporate money and some people don't. But dude, Emma she is amazing. Dude, she's smart too. Emma is like smart as shit, boss, right? And the Vanguard guys are young, definitely. But a lot of those younger people are like, it's hard for me to like connect with a little bit because I'm so much older. You know what I'm saying? That's why I also like people like somebody mentioned Lawrence O'Donnell. Dude, I love Lawrence O'Donnell, right? I do. I love Lawrence. I could watch him, dude, all day long, dude. Let's go. Dude, I am Gen X. Dude, but right now, the person I'm really enjoying is Jessica Burbank. I'm totally like, oh shit. And she's kind of new to YouTube too. Dude, Lawrence O'Donnell, he has a lot of stories, dude. I like him though because he's like aggressive. You know what I'm saying? I am 56. Yes. Yeah, but boomer though isn't about being a baby boomer. Boomer is about, you know, boomer is about just being older. Right, taking money directly from rich donors, they have an expectation of certain content. Yeah, but so the thing about this though, Phoenix, is not every, here's the thing, Phoenix, that you have to wake up and realize, and or maybe not, but not everybody who takes big donor money is doing specific, you know what I'm saying? Like some people invest in things, right? Or invest in things that have a big reach, okay? And so, you know what I'm saying? Like Brian Tyler Cohen covers Zohar Mamdani. He talks about Gaza. He is not a fucking explicitly like pro-Israel channel at all. Not at all. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know where he is getting his money from. And I don't care. I've actually sat down with the man, and like that guy covers a wide range of topics. And so not everybody who takes money from corporations is just doing some secret bidding of like pro-Israel thing. I think that's like, that is what gets me about the AIPAC shit and about the, you know, the pro-Palestinian and the anti-Zionist movement is people start assuming that like because of all the anti-Semitism that exists, there is this automatic assumption that there is this like pro-Israel cabal that is like controlling the airwaves, okay? And this has been about Hollywood for like 100 years. And now it's morphed into politics, and now it's morphed into the online set, which is like saying that anybody who's taking like big donor money is automatically working for this special cabal. And I think you gotta be careful with that because it's not true. Okay, there are certain people like Barry Weiss that are like, you know, who gets a job, free press, gets 150 million. She's working directly for Larry Ellison, and she is an avowed Zionist, and she is obviously a pro-Trump agenda. There are some people that, yeah, are actually doing that shit, but not everybody who is taking corporate money is doing that shit. And those corporations are, you can take corporate money and they don't come in and tell you what content to do either. They just look at who your reach is. You know what I'm saying? They look at who your reach is. And then with somebody like Brian Tyler Cohen, you know, or if you look at Jack Cocchiarella or Keith Edwards, it's like, I don't know if they're getting money, but they are definitely like, you know, Midas touch. They are definitely pro-Democratic Party. Okay. So they support the party, right? And they get people from the party on their shows. And I don't know if there's money connected to that or like what, you know what I'm saying? I know it's not like the right wing. Okay. The right wing has people paid to post specific tweets and shit. And the left wing does not do that. The left wing is not like a controlled, like Heritage Foundation, like, you know, ecosphere. And so there are progressive Jewish donors, there are Zionist Jewish donors, there are progressive Christian donors, there are Zionist Christian donors, there are like, you know, there are Muslim donors, there's like all kinds of like, you know, there are, you know, healthcare lobby donors, there's like all kinds of shit. And like, so I don't make assumptions that like somebody takes corporate money is automatically like pro-Israel or whatever. And I think you should be careful about making that shit too, because guys, let me just tell you, if you turn yourself into a hammer, everything starts looking like a nail. Okay. That's the saying. And that's why you got to be careful. Like if you go all in on where the only thing important to you is like the anti-Israel lobby, you start looking around and everything looks like they're taking money from the supposed lobby. And you just start thinking everybody, that's how you get into weird, you know, sort of conspiracy, everybody's the enemy shit. And I don't do that. I don't become a hammer. I don't have like one backbreaking issue. Like I refuse to have a singular backbreaking issue like that, because when you do that, you start finding everything you look at starts turning into this thing you're trying to extinguish. So I opt out of that philosophy, right? I don't like, to me, there's nothing that is, you know, like anybody can come at my table and I will like look into them and shit. And now there are certain things that are like a no-go, right? Like, oh shit, you know, you're taking money from the Proud Boys. Like, yeah, all right, no, thank you. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but even then, I don't think everybody's a Proud Boy, you know? Are there things I watch for enjoyment that have nothing to do with politics? Well, there are, yeah. Like Jenny and I watch like TV shows and movies and shit every day, right? You want Israel to quit controlling your country? Yeah, but so Big Den, so the thing is Israel doesn't control your country, boss. That's it. Like, Israel doesn't control your country. Christians, Zionist Christians in your country, okay? Zionist Christians in your country use Israel, okay? And they like are using Israel to bring about the rapture. Israel does not control your country. That is some anti-Semitic fucking like weirdo bullshit. Okay? Israel doesn't control the U.S. The U.S. is filled with fucking, you know, like semi-Zionist evangelical Christians that use Israel to fight wars for America in the Middle East. And they give them a bunch of money to do those wars to bring about the rapture and to destabilize the enemy religions in the Middle East. But it's not about Israel controlling America at all. It is about America just like, you know, like giving Israel sort of what they want in exchange for Israel like warring for America. It's America is the problem in the situation, guys. That's why America doesn't cut off Israel. It's not, oh, Israel's in control. No, America is the fucking problem. If there is one problem in the whole world on earth, it is America, guys. I mean, just go to Davos, right? And take a look around, bro. If there is one fucking problem in the world, it's America. And now that Trump is leading America, it's even bigger problem because now he's letting fucking Bukele and fucking Putin and all these people just have free reign, you know, but they do have an influence, but the influence though is because that influence is requested, guys. Okay. It's like, right? Like you're looking at AIPAC the wrong way. It's not that AIPAC has so much power, they tell the U.S. what to do. It's that the U.S. is a Citizens United money fucking thing, and AIPAC is this huge money lobby. So the U.S. politicians want AIPAC involved because AIPAC will fund all of this money that they then don't have to raise, especially for the Republican Party. Right? And the Republicans don't get money from people because all of their voters are piss fucking poor. So the American politicians, they keep AIPAC here. And then they're like, what do you need? Like, we need all that money. So what do you need? All right. Because we don't want the money to go away. And like, well, we can't give you that. Yeah, we'll give you that. But we kind of need some shit over there too. But it's really AIPAC is here, not because AIPAC's like, let's go control America. It's like, no, the Americans like want that AIPAC money. And they're like, what do we need to give you to keep that money here? Okay. And it's like, it is like evangelical Christians, you know, that are, you know, it's Christian America is like the fucking situation we have, guys. It's the struggle, man. It is. And now in Trump's instance, though, guys, it's a little bit deeper. Okay. In Trump's instance, it's a little bit deeper because Trump is practically related to Netanyahu. Okay. Netanyahu was Charles Kushner's good friend, and Jared Kushner, Charles's son, is Trump's son-in-law. So they're like family. So that's like an evil duo there. Now, what I will say is somebody mentioned we should have had universal health care. So guys, here's why we don't have universal health care, okay? Is we were on a path to having universal health care in the 1970s, okay? The Democrats in the 70s were working on universal health care. And Jimmy Carter won the presidency in 1976 when I was a kid, and America was going to get universal health care. We had the Congress, we had the presidency, it was post-Nixon. But what happened is Jimmy Carter got a little arrogant, and he got a little bit of I'm going to be the boss. I'm going to dictate what goes on. And the Congress got mad at Jimmy Carter. And so they sank their own legislation to sort of fuck Jimmy Carter over. Okay. Now, I don't know if they would have pulled it off, but they were working on it. But they sort of fought with fucking, Jimmy Carter. And then they sank their own policy and they gave Jimmy Carter no legislative wins. And then Reagan went behind the scenes with Iran and the hostage thing. And then Reagan won. And that kind of ended it. And then what happened though, guys, is you ready? So what happened was the health insurance industry wasn't a huge thing in the 70s. It existed, but it wasn't this massive corner of the economy. But then Ronald Reagan came in and he deregulated everything. And he made it, lowered the corporate tax rate, and he made it prime for corporations to blow up. And so what happened was between 1980 and by the time Clinton was done at the end of the 90s, the health insurance industry was now like a behemoth. It was like a huge political donor. It was a huge political fucking, they had lobbyists all over the place, and it was this integrated part of the economy. So we sort of missed a good window, because now the problem, and I'm kind of wanting to start examining this shit, right? I'm trying to figure out the path to Medicare for all now is figuring out how we do it without destroying the U.S. economy, right? And that's really, I think the reason we don't have it is because I don't think anybody knows how to get us there, Because right now there's a huge, multi-billion-dollar industry. You can't just, right? The American economy, if you shut down all the healthcare companies tomorrow, we would end up in a fucking depression, dude. That's 1 million employees or more. And it's all the integrated billing systems and all the money. It's billions of economy. So I don't know how you do that. Right? Yeah, you got it. We'd have to absorb it or something, or because you don't want to lose the efficiency of it. So it turns into some bloated government slop. It's but we do. That is the thing we have to solve, right? Because if you look at Obamacare didn't give us insurance. It didn't give us national health care. All it did was it made everybody have to buy premiums, which meant the young people that weren't using healthcare were putting money in. So it had enough money to keep the healthcare system functioning because everybody was paying in. And then the government was helping to subsidize it. But it was still the insurance companies were still functioning. And what they were doing was they were, the insurance companies were required to, they couldn't take away your health care, which was revolutionary. Because a big part of healthcare, the way the healthcare became a giant, guys, was because you paid for insurance and then the insurance didn't pay for your shit. They let you die. That's what happened in the 80s and 90s, especially if you were black or if you were poor or if you were Mexican, right? If you were poor, black, Mexican, whatever, LGBTQ in the 80s and 90s, you bought insurance and then the insurance didn't pay for it. They let you die. And that's how those companies became mega corporations, bro. It was shitty. And Obamacare stemmed the tide on that a little bit because they couldn't do that as much anymore. But now they're doing it again, though, because Trump fucking loosened some of that restrictions. But yeah, dude, we have some issues, guys. We do. It is legalized crime. But guys, I mean, capitalism, all mega industry is legalized crime, guys. That's the problem I have with the concept of law and order, right? You know what I'm saying? Republicans do law, they say law and order, but like capitalism is legalized crime. It is like crime that is legal for the wealthy and criminal for the poor. Okay? Right? The wealthy, Amazon can steal your wages all the time and pay a little fine. If you go steal a fucking something from a grocery store, you're going to go to jail. Okay? Capitalism is legalized crime if for the wealthy and for the capitalists. It's brutal. Dude, it's brutal. But yeah, man. I mean, we're like, you know, we're growing. We're growing. Yeah, let's fucking get into this shit. Capitalizing on the poor. I mean, I can tell by the topics we talk about that there's a lot of anxiety, right? Because I come in like wanting to cover news, and there's not really pressing news right now. Like even the Jack Smith and we're not in a pressing news cycle right now, but I can tell that people are feeling like beat up. You know, people are fucking like it's wearing on people. I can see it, dude. I can see that people are getting worn out, right? I mean, January's a tough month, guys. Okay? January's a tough month because it is like it's post-Christmas. You have the post-Christmas blues. Like Minneapolis is like starting to get exhausting, right? You know what I mean? Like how much can you watch? You know, I mean, how much can you watch ICE like shooting people and like breaking their bones and shit? You can't just, you know what I'm saying? There's only so much of Minneapolis I can even watch. At a point, I have to just like, I can't watch anymore. It's getting fucking ridiculous. I watched a woman get murdered. I'm watching kids get dragged away. I'm watching women get cut out of their fucking seatbelts in their cars, you know? And like, there's only so much I can watch where I'm like, Jesus, dude, I just can't watch anymore fucking Minneapolis. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's like so overboard, right? It is so overboard, dude. It is like so, so I put a limiter on that shit, witnessing is important. I think witnessing is important. Right. For me, I witness, but I also have to, at some point, I have to opt out and, you know what I'm saying? At some point I have to tap out just for my own mental health, because there's a lot of shit. Don't hate 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 because he's Christian. I don't hate 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀, right? My thing with 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 is this, is like my thing with 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 is I don't hate him, but I know what they're thinking of with him is he's a white Christian man that they're hoping they can sell to like the white people in Texas. Okay. And they're trying to use 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 as, here he's their hopeful linchpin, because they really, really want to get a Texas Senate seat. They want Texas to be like blue, and they think 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 is their golden boy that the white Christians in Texas, the racist ones, will be willing to vote for. Okay? And you know what I'm saying? And so, like, I get it. I totally get it. I don't hate it. I think it's hard, though, because, like, the thing that's hard is about the Democratic Party as a whole. Black women the reason why Democrats have won so many tight elections, and the reason why Kamala Harris stayed so competitive was because of black women. Black women have been fucking carrying the Democratic Party for the better part of 40 or 50 years, and they have not gotten their due at all. You know what I'm saying? And so, I will not see Jasmine Crockett get swept under a rug because they think 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 can win, because the Democratic Party is a lot bigger than just Texas. And that's my thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know that 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 can win in Texas, right? I know they think he can, but you don't know that he can, because he's still a Democrat. He's still a fucking demon, right? and like to a lot of those people. But for me, I don't know. I don't like the idea of sweeping a black woman under the rug in Texas when black women have literally anchored the Democratic Party. That's my take on it. Is like for me, given Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, especially when you look at the population, the Democratic population in Texas, it's a lot of people of color, man. You know what I'm saying? It is not the Democratic population in Texas is not white men who are Christians. Okay. It is black people. It is Hispanic people. It is like, Muslim people. It is like people that are not white Christian men. You know what I'm saying? Tallarico is running before Crockett. Yeah. Well, Crockett, though, she also got screwed. They erased her district. You know what I'm saying? Like, they erased her, guys. That's what it, think about that, guys. The state of Texas erased her. They took her seat away because she's so dangerous to them. And we need to acknowledge that's really important, that like, wow, like we need to lean into that. That's how dangerous she is that they erased her, So like, that says something too, tell them. I will tell them, dude. And again, though, I don't have anything against Tallarico. If Tallarico wins that primary, I'm all in for him. But I'm not going to tell Jasmine to stand down, dude. I think they should fight it out and see who wins. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think Tallarico has any more of a chance of winning that state than Jasmine Crockett does. That's my take on it. I know that a lot of white guys think, ooh, Tallarico, he can win, she can't. But dude, they always say that shit. Right? I don't think so, though. I think she has, if anything, her feistiness, and if you can get out the vote of the non-white people, she might even do better than him, right? As long as there's not a ton of voter suppression. But, you know what I'm saying? That's my take. I just am not convinced he has some secret weapon to like win, except he's white, dude. Like, it's true, but dude, Texas doesn't like they don't like fucking Democrats down there, boss, even though there's a lot of them in Texas. But yeah, I mean, it would be fucking nice though if like, I hate it when there's a fight like that where, I hate it when there's like two good candidates opposing each other, because that, of course, is like problematic. It's like, you know what I mean? Because you'd like to elevate them both, right? You don't want them really fighting each other, because ostensibly, here's what usually happens. And I don't know what's going to happen in Texas, but let me just tell you historically how this usually happens. Is you have two great candidates. You have Tallarico, you have Jasmine Crockett, and in an effort to beat each other, they will expose each other's weaknesses in a way that no matter who wins, they have essentially mapped out how the Republicans will attack them, right? They go at each other so hard, like Bernie and Hillary did this, okay? Bernie and Hillary went so hard at each other that in the end, Donald Trump recognized the part of Bernie's campaign that won in the Midwest, and then he put on a Bernie outfit, was like, hey, I'm just like Bernie Sanders, and then he started winning in those Midwest states. And so that is like, that's the shit that I hate about that, when you have two, like, it often exposes their weaknesses, right? And so good. I hope they don't go at each other. Right? I hope they don't go at each other. But we'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Dude, let's look at Jack Smith, shall we? Dude, there was a kerfuffle today. All right? Holy shit, dude. Dude, we just talked for 2 hours again on that. Isn't that nuts? Dude, we're having these crazy fucking, you know what I'm saying? We're having these crazy fucking like long talks every night, right? You love it? All right, good. Dude, I don't mind it. You know, it's a little hard because it's a little hard to make videos out of that stuff, right? Those kind of videos don't necessarily do. It's good for the streaming community, but those videos don't, like, I can't really make videos. But we have a number of things to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about Erika, Kirk. It's been 3 days in a row of those long talks, right? You're going to say earlier we were bashing others for not having titles match their videos. Yeah. Well, it's like, it's different with the live stream though, because live streams are like, you know, are a little more meandering. You know what I'm saying? But I like the community vibes. I like fostering that shit. But so, dude, right? We do need to talk. Oh, look, Tallarico is trending too. We do need to talk about some of this shit. I would like to talk about a couple of, right? You have the ShamWow guy. Oh my God, dude. The ShamWow guy versus Valentina Gomez. What a horrible, dude, what a horrible. Do you see what G-Town just said? He said in his district in Texas, it's the ShamWow guy running against Valentina Gomez. Dude, is that a guaranteed red seat? Or is that a winnable blue seat? Because I feel like if Valentina Gomez won that, I don't think she could win, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if she wins, dude, I'm the best at fostering community. Oh, thanks, boss. I mean, I'm pretty good at fostering community because I did it a lot with a lot of bands. This was kind of, you know, was my sort of thing. But so, dude, I tweeted today about Jack Smith, all right? And my tweet was right there, right? It was like, Jack Smith seems like he'd be a pretty good attorney general, doesn't he? Right? Dude, I think Jack Smith would be a pretty good attorney general. I don't know. The guy seems pretty fucking, you know, pretty aggro and feisty, unshakable. But did you see the shit that went down? Dude, ShamWow was a crackhead and a pedo. Dude, that makes him a perfect Republican candidate, right? Dude, him and Mike Lindell, dude. ShamWow Lindell. So let's see, what district is that? What district are you? Let's see, I want to see. Dude, what crazy, bro. Texas 31? Dude, she changed her name. She added the Noriega, right? So who do we have? Which one's the ShamWow guy? What's ShamWow's name? Is he the John Carter? Right? Yeah. Dude, I know. Fan owned. Oh, Vince something. Vince. Vince Offer. There he is, dude. Dude, what an idiot, bro. Jesus, dude. Oh my God, bro. What a fucking idiot, dude. I don't see him in here, though. Did he add on? Oh, wait. Oh, there he is. Vince Offer Shlomi. Shlomi? Dude, Vince, there he is. Dude, dude, these guys, though, are all going to get worked, bro. This guy, John, these guys are all like, they're at the bottom of the barrel. Dude, Offer Cenk 2028. Let's go. Oh. Dude, isn't that funny? Dude, Gomez Noriega. Valentina Gomez Noriega. Dude, she's got 27,000 in campaign donations. Dude, this guy's got 631,000. right? Raymond Hamden has 128 grand. Dude, she has no money, bro. Dude, she has no money. And all these people at the bottom have like $0, bro. Dude, she's not even getting out of that district. You know what I'm saying? Right? You're only telling about Tallarico. Everyone knows Crockett is awesome. Dude, I like Tallarico. Don't get me wrong. Dude, I like him. I like the way he handled that whole, like, when the legislators fled and shit. They went to Chicago. They went and visited with Gavin Newsom and shit. I thought he did very good. He was very well spoken, right? I just, you know, like, hardcore Christians, I don't trust any of them, even if they're, like, on my side. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that they're, like, if you dig deep enough, their allegiance is to their, you know, their God, right? But I mean, I know he's not like a MAGA Christian, you know what I'm saying? But I also know that, like, so much of the fucking, you know, I don't know. For me, I think it's hard. I just want more, I want more women leaders, guys, and more women of color leaders in general. You know what I'm saying? Like I wish half of our Congress was women of color. Like, America would be we'd be so much better, guys. If 280 people in Congress were women of color, like, this country would be fucking jamming, bro. We would be doing so good. We would be doing so good, guys. But no, we're gonna, like, it's mostly like white Christian men. And so this country is oppressive and fucking aggressive and fucking, you know, uneducated and, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's true. You know, dude, that's my take on it. You know, I'm telling you, I'm like, I've worked in the restaurant industry and the bar industry for a long time, and I can say for a fact that women of color in leadership are like, many of them are far more effective than white dudes in leadership. White dudes in leadership are like 30% good, 70% bleh, right? Just fucking schlumpy, taking that money and doing as little as possible, like, in exchange for it, and not really bringing anything to the table except the enjoyment of the wielding of power. You know, that's just the problem. Like, and I'm not dissing white men, okay? Because I'm a white man, but, like, white men have so naturally been given the power. They're so used to having the power that when they have it, they don't think they have something special, right? Like, a lot of times when white men have the power, they're just doing what they always have been taught they deserve to be doing. So they forget about the responsibility of having that power, right? And I find that sometimes people from more marginalized groups respect what it is to have power, and so they use the power differently. They actually use it to, like, I don't know, to use it. And it's not a guarantee. There's lazy and shitty people of all stripes, okay? But in general, white men have a type of power that is like, they don't even realize they have it. So when they have power, it doesn't feel like they have something special. It just feels like they're where they're supposed to be, and you better fucking listen up, you know? And so I think it's more easy. It's easier for them to be corrupted or to be ineffective with it because it's like, you know, there's something goes on. And I mean, the way you discover this, guys, is as a parent, okay? I think as a parent is where I really learned this. Like, as a parent, I had so much power that it's like so easy to abuse your power, right? It's so easy to abuse it because I just have it. And the kid has none, you know? And so when you're a parent, you have to be really, really fucking careful how you exercise your power because you have so much of it. And the person you're exercising over it has none. And in a typical business, you know, situation, the employees don't have any power. You know what I'm saying? They don't. They don't. And Suki, you're going to have to get used to this, boss. We just go on tangents, right? You know what I'm saying? It's part of the deal. It's part of the live experience. Right? Stanford prison experiment. Yeah. Dude, I mean, this shit, today's not really pressing. That's what it is. Nothing great, dude. Nothing big is going on right now, dude. There's not. We're in a lull, guys. We are, dude. We are in a lull. We're in a lull, which is good. Maybe it's time for us to recoup. But let's start though. Okay, we'll start with Jack Smith, and then we'll talk about Erika Kirk, and then I'm gonna go make videos because I'm not gonna stay on for 4 hours. But you know, dude, there's just not a lot going on right now. You know, I mean, I feel like it's Minneapolis exhaustion. Okay, it is. No dance party? No, the dance party comes at the end, boss. Erika Kirk. Dude, Erika Kirk's in a pickle, right? Dude, Erika Kirk is in a pickle, guys. She is in a pickle. We have to talk about Pam Bondi, too. All right, but let's start with Jack Smith. Because, guys, today there was kind of a brawl in Jack Smith's hearing. Okay, so Jack Smith has been doing these hearings, right? Which is, you know, essentially... I mean, you see Trump is still talking about the 2020 election, right? So right now, they are trying to rat fuck the elections, okay? That's essentially what's going on, is Republicans are trying to thwart the elections any way they can legally. Now, they can't affect them. They can't stop them. They can't make them go away. Trump has no power. The federal government has no power over elections. So we can't cancel them. But what they can do is they can build up a narrative that, like, Biden cheated, we caught Biden, they've been cheating, the Democrats are cheating. So therefore, we have all these excuses to, like, send ICE to the polls, to do this, that, or the other, to, like, you know, close precincts, to get rid of mail-in voting. I mean, they already changed the post office. They changed postmarks. So now your postmarks, you got to be careful. Don't mail your shit. Take it to the precinct. I mean, they're trying to mess with it in any way possible. Denial of mail-in votes. They want to get rid of mail-in voting so they can force you to the polls, and then they can, like, shut them down or put federal agents there to scare people of color away, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, they're doing all of this shit. And yeah, well, so David, the Democrats are working on this. Okay, the Democrats are, this is one area that the Democrats are working overtime. They totally are. Dude, they've won many court cases, and they have been fighting, like, there's a bunch of Democrat lawyers. I mean, you don't hear about this shit because it's not big news. Sometimes you don't even hear about it when shit happens, but they are fighting in every single state, and they are fighting all of this in the courts, and they're fighting, you know, like, getting people registered and preparing for possible bad court decisions with the infrastructure of how to get out the vote. But guys, I do want to let you know, okay, and hear this, what I'm about to tell you, is this is the first time in American history, okay? I will repeat, the first time in American history that one party has a candidate in every single election in the country. They have a candidate in every state race. They have a candidate in every federal race in the whole country. And that is the Democratic Party in 2026. It's never happened before. Normally, they don't run in districts that you can't win, okay? But this election in 2026, the Democratic Party is so mobilized that they are challenging the Republican in every fucking race. And this is huge because they know that the anti-Trump sentiment, the ICE, the murders, they know that this is our shot. We could flip 100 state seats. We can flip a bunch of national seats. And they're really looking at flipping the state ones, guys, because if you flip the state seats, you eventually control the maps, okay? Because what the Republicans did is they won all the state seats in the early, 2000s, and then they gerrymandered the shit out of it. So guys, you don't hear about this because it's not like big news. It's not splashy like being murdered by the state and shit like that. But like the Dems are like, they're fighting in the background, okay? And this is why they flipped, small seats in Mississippi. This is why, despite the, the PR campaign against Jay Jones, they cleaned up in Virginia, et cetera, is because they are doing the work. Okay, they're doing the work. And dude, Mark Elias is doing a lot of work. There are a lot of people doing a lot of work. Even Aaron Rupar, okay? Rupar's, his company, Public Citizen or whatever Rupar's thing, they have a bunch of lawsuits against Trump. A bunch of small media companies have been suing the Trump administration. Like there are a lot of people fighting legally behind the scenes, okay? A lot of shit is going on that is good. Now, what needs to happen though, guys, and this is where I go back to this. It's on us, okay? We, the voters, the leftists, the centrists, the liberals, the center rights, the fucking communists, the socialists, whatever, everybody who's not MAGA, we have to stop fucking fighting. And we have to stop fucking, everything sucks. And we actually got to fucking show up. And we got to show up not just voting, but we got to show up and getting other people to vote and phone banking and door knocking and putting content out there and having the difficult conversations with friends and families, okay? And we need to continue tearing apart the right wing, exacerbate all their fights, but we have to fucking show up en masse. Like, we have to show up, like, big. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, right? That's what I'm talking about, okay? We got to do our part, okay? We got to do our part. So that's why this year I want to spend a lot of time, like, trying to get us together, okay? And I know we've had some difficult conversations in the last couple days about, like, we have some inflammatory people on our side, that some people in the Democratic Party don't like Hassan. Hassan doesn't like people in the Democratic Party. You could expand that to Vaush and Kyle Kalinske and, like, there's we have leftists and we have centrists. We have the Pod Save America goons that are so milquetoast. It's like, my God, dude, Obama was 15 years ago, bro. That shit don't work anymore, guys. Sorry. Right? And everybody's fighting everybody, but like we do eventually have to all like link arms like the wall of moms, and we're going to have to get together because we have an historic opportunity to fucking kick some MAGA ass. Oh, right? We do. We have an historic opportunity to kick some MAGA ass. And we do, right? We do. They are weak, guys. They are weak. They are fighting. They are like, guys, you think we're demoralized? Okay, you think we're demoralized because 7 purple districted people, like whatever, let a bill advance through Congress? No. I mean, I get it. The optics of that are shit. And yes, it sucks that we have purple districts, that we have to do those votes, but it was going to pass anyway. So we protected our territory. But they are so demoralized that their president has been in for a year and Congress has passed none of his legislation. Nothing. Nobody's in jail. Nobody's fucking getting arrested. Everyone who gets arrested is getting off. They're fighting. Candace Owens is like starting to fight, like to try and break up their fucking, their grooming wing. I mean, dude, they have done nothing. Congress was in session 89 days. Mike Johnson lost on the Epstein shit. Trump is hiding the Epstein the files. Like, they are so demoralized, dude. They are so demoralized that all they can do is celebrate murders at this point. They're celebrating like missile killings in the Caribbean or women being gunned down on the streets. That's all they have, dude. Dude, they are so like ready. They are so ripe. They are punch drunk and they're ready for the fucking ammo. You know what I mean? They are ready to get like just you know, a blue tsunami, boss. This is good. We can really do some damage this year, guys. We can, dude. KO, dude. You ready? I'll show you. You want to see what MAGA is right now? I've got the perfect image, boss. Let me find it. Hold on. I'm going to show you right now. It's a Jake Paul photo right here, dude. This is MAGA right here, bro. Look at him. Dude, he's scared, boss. Dude, his hands are not up. He is tired. He is in the corner. And look at him, dude. He is scared, bro. There is fear in that motherfucker's eyes, bro. Oh, yes. Dude, isn't that funny? Dude, let's go. Dude, that's them. That is MAGA right now. They are scrambling. Dude, I love this image. Dude, thank you, KBG. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, I fucking love this image, dude. So yeah, so we got to get our shit together. Now, I thought today, though, was pretty funny, right? I'm going to save that one. I have to fucking save that image. All right, here we go. Dude, that shit is fucking hilarious, isn't it? But so, dude, Jack Smith, right? Let's talk about Jack Smith a little bit. So Jack Smith is in Congress now, right? He's getting hammered in Congress because they're trying to, like, everybody today was spreading some fake shit. Okay, they're trying to get sound clips. Now, I think most of you know what the game is, and this is why the Clintons disobeyed that subpoena, because obviously the subpoena with the Clintons isn't about the Clintons. It's not even about the Epstein files. It's about sound bites. Okay, they want to get the Clintons out there so they can ask them some bullshit questions or make some statement that shows Bill Clinton sitting there while they talk to him, and then the right-wing media people can disseminate it on Facebook and Instagram and all over Twitter to make it look like they're guilty. Okay, and they've been doing that with Jack Smith. Like, you know, and they cut the clip, they leave out context, and dude, Jack Smith ain't having it. Okay. And today they were all over it. Now, this Fanon guy, right? He was a cop at J6, right? And so this Fanon shit with this Dropkick Murphy, dude, this was funny, bro. He's there. He's got a Dropkick Murphy's fucking shirt on, and he is pissed. Okay. He is pissed because, guys, they had Donald Trump. Donald Trump did J6. Donald Trump, and it wasn't Donald Trump alone. It was TPUSA, okay? It was, right? It was Trump. It was TPUSA. It was the Proud Boys. It was Andy Biggs and a bunch of other, you know, Josh Hawley, or Matt Gaetz, a bunch of reps, Jim Jordan. Like, there were a lot of GOP reps that were in on this too, that were trying to overthrow this election. They know Trump lost, but they were trying to make it so it wouldn't get certified. This shit was a massive, massive fucking, you know, like a massive, massive, massive conspiracy and cover up. And it was a huge operation. And not only did TPUSA bus people into the DC, right, to the whatever, you know, Stop the Steal, whatever it was, right? But TPUSA was involved on the back end, okay, with Charlie Kirk and Tyler Boyer and Andrew Colvett. They had like fake electors lined up. I think Tyler Boyer was actually a fake elector. And that state senator, Jake Hoffman, who is from Arizona, right? Jake Hoffman, he's been getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for like digital ad placement. Right? He was a fake elector. I mean, dude, TPUSA and Donald Trump and the Proud Boys and all of this Heritage Foundation, they're all tied into this shit. Okay? And dude, they say the left gets paid, but no, they get paid. dude. Nick Shirley, dude. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The Oath Keepers, all of this shit. Okay, all of this shit, dude. You know, but you know, this is like, you know, they're trying to sort of dismantle this shit, and they're trying to flip it on the Democrats and trying to make it look like the Democrats, because here's the deal, guys. So the level of fascism they want, okay, you ready for this? The level of fascism they want is to be able to arrest Gavin Newsom and Tim Walz and, you know, 𝗍𝗡 𝗏𝗏 and Gretchen Whitmer and whomever else they don't like, right? They want to be able to arrest them and charge them. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, AOC, whatever, blah, right? Now, nobody in America is going to stand for that, okay? Like, Americans, I mean, we apparently will stand for them shooting us in the streets. We've been doing that forever. That fucking bothers me. But they're not going to stand for somebody just running in and handcuffing fucking, you know, Gavin Newsom and dragging him out of the office and throwing him in prison. Okay? America will not stand for that. Okay? They won't. All right? However, that's what the MAGA people want. Okay? That's what the MAGA people want. The deeply MAGA people want that. Now, I think the Jack Smith shit, I think that the Trump people, I think the Stephen Millers, I think the Heritage Foundation, these people, I think they can get to a place where they can start arresting politicians. I think they're so whacked out. I think they believe if they discredit Jack Smith, if they build a good enough narrative of like, the Democrats have been doing this, that they believe they can pull it off. I mean, these guys are not smart. They're arrogant. They're haughty. They're not smart though. But they are so ego driven. It's crazy. So I really think they're trying to like, we have an excuse to do this because they've been doing it to us. That's kind of like the Republican way, right? I mean, isn't it? Don't you think, like, when we think about it, the Republican way is like, you've done this, so therefore we get to do this, right? That's how they operate, right? If you, even with Trump in the files, what about Bill Clinton? Well, like, dude, Bill's not president. Everybody hates Bill. You can throw Bill in jail. They don't care. It's like, because Bill Clinton was on the plane, Trump can, you know, diddle the kids. And they don't care, right? Megyn Kelly's like, I don't care who Trump got handsy with, right? I just want, like, transgender people, like, voted against, right? Because she's a fucking hillbilly. You know what I'm saying? So I think they think that they're gonna like create a narrative, and they're finally gonna be able to accomplish it. You know what I'm saying? Dude, your cousin, you had to block him because of MAGA. Took him a year of therapy, but he got out. Let's go. Dude, he got out. Dude, Scott Jennings, where's that clip? I want to see Scott Jennings. But anyway, so today, though, there was a lot of Jack Smith content. All right, we're going to look at some of this because they're all like, right, here's Fanon, right, wearing his fighting Nazi since 1996. Dude, what a great shirt, bro. But so... And look at this, guys, okay? There are a lot of Republicans that voted to overturn the election results. You know what I'm saying? 147, okay? That's crazy. There's Jack Smith. There he is. He's feisty. But so everybody, okay, has been on fucking Jack Smith. Let's watch some of these clips, shall we? All right.
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to stay in power, no matter how fantastical, he would latch onto those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who were some of the Republican witnesses who told you that who told President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false? Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses. They ranged from people on his campaign team who had wanted him to win, were employed to help him win the election. They included state officials, state Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his co-conspirators to provide evidence to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong evidence from a variety of sources.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Mr. Chairman, with my fellow Californian, you were allowing the witness.
Yeah, it's a good question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
I've given him 30 seconds extra, the gentlelady 30 seconds extra. If the gentleman can be concise and finish up here quickly.
Dude, Jim Jordan is such a scumbag. By the way, can I just show you something? Because somebody was in my comments today saying, how did Jim Jordan even get in there, right? Why does Jim Jordan have a job? But like, here's the thing you have to remember about Jim Jordan, okay? Is look at his district. That is Jim Jordan's congressional district, guys. Okay? Look at that fucking district, bro. That's how. Okay? You see that district? Like, it is gerrymandered, Jim Jordan mandered to the max. It is one of the most gerrymandered districts in all of America. You could run a fucking tomato as a Republican in that district and it would win, dude. I shit you not. You could have a stuffed animal that was a Republican run in that district and it would win, okay? Like my little ugly doll right there could run as a Republican in this district and it would be a guaranteed win. Dude, you know what I'm saying? And I know Jim Jordan was mentioned in that, but Jim Jordan, though, at the time was a 20-some-year-old wrestler at the University of Wisconsin at that time. So I don't really know if Jim Jordan was involved in, as a 20-year-old wrestler in Wisconsin, if he was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. I don't think he was. Right? We will discuss that at some point. There's a lot of, there's a lot of timeline issues that I will one day make a video about some of that. I'm still kind of poring over a lot of the details. But yeah, dude, Jim Jordan is is sort of gnarled, right? He has his own scandals later on when he went to Ohio. Believe me, he does. And he's also was involved in overturning the election. He ignored a subpoena, okay? You know what I'm saying? In Ohio State, he was a coach there when a bunch of wrestlers were molested, and he, said nothing, did nothing. He covered for that coach, absolutely, right? I don't know if Jim Jordan himself molested anybody at the college. I don't think he did. I didn't hear any of those accusations. But I will say this, guys. I'm 99% certain, though, that Jim Jordan is a gay man. And you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That Jim Jordan is a gay man in living in the shadows. Okay? I absolutely would bet my life on it that he's a gay man, right? He's just, like a Lindsey Grahaming it or Benny Johnsoning it. He's living that weird Republican thing. But so guys, the thing is I'm not going to go into the Sasha thing, but so Sasha's claim is about 1985. And in 1985, Jim Jordan did not know Donald Trump, and Jim Jordan did not know know Jeffrey Epstein in 1985. Jim Jordan was not running around in rich government circles. In 1985, Jim Jordan was like one of the best national wrestlers in the country. I believe he won the national championship in wrestling. He was in Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin. He was a student and he was a wrestler. Okay, you can look at where Jim Jordan was in 1985. He was wrestling all around the country. He was like insanely, like I said, he was winning a national championship, right? So he was, there's no indication that college student was in some, like he in some wealthy, like Jim Jordan now is in the room with all these wealthy people, but a 21-year-old college student who won the national championship, that's like, it's a lot of working out. It's a lot of being with your team. It's a lot of being in team hotels supervised by your coaches and shit. I don't really see him flitting around on private jets with these guys in the year he won the national championship, right? That it just doesn't hold a lot of water, but that's my take on it. There were a lot of things like that don't add up, guys. Okay. And there were a lot of other things. The last thing I'm going to say about this, because I'm not going down a rabbit hole, is I have found another things where 𝗙cie Riley has told stories that are simply seem like retellings of other stories that already exist in the media. Okay. There are, and I'll make a video pointing all this shit out. You may not want to hear this, but just in that first video alone, I found at least 15 to 20 inconsistencies with timeline and him regurgitating other stories where he was telling stories about his mom that were like the stories from other FBI files that had been in the news. So I think my early judgment is that 𝗙cie was very much traumatized by something in his life and that he may be co-opting a lot of the news stuff. You know what I'm saying? He may be co-opting a lot of the news items into his own personal story. I mean, as an essay survivor myself, I can say that trying to figure out what was true and what was not true about my own trauma was really hard. You know what I'm saying? But I will one day make a video about it. I have to pore over it some more. And he's out there. There are now people looking into this, guys. So whether 𝗙cie is telling the truth or not, I feel like we're going to find out. We're going to find out, guys, whether he's lying or being true. Okay, we are. It's going to come out eventually because now a lot of people are looking into this. Okay, but I'm just saying there were a lot of things that, from the way he told the story, from him telling specific details that were other stories from other people in these released files, it felt like he was just sort of creating a trauma story for himself that explained his fucking story, and that's what made me wonder if he's a paid insertion to try and discredit the whole story, or if he's just a really traumatized individual that is trying to come to terms with what happened to him and he really does think he was there. I mean, one of his selling points has been, I will take a lie detector, but that's a little weird to me too, because you can beat lie detectors. Like my half brother, the one who molested me, beat a lie detector when he was 17 years old. He got out of a halfway house by beating a lie detector. It is possible. You just have to believe your story, but anyway, so far, everything I've looked at, I've found a lot of glaring inconsistencies, right? Where the timeline just doesn't match up because these people didn't know each other. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know each other. Okay. A lot of those people didn't know each other, dude, the right. But I will see people are looking into it. They are looking into it. He's been telling it. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter, guys, because when you're traumatized and you create a story, like whatever it is, if you believe your shit, like, you know, people react in very interesting ways when they go through trauma. And he was definitely abused. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no doubt that he suffered some horrific abuse. I'm just not sure if the story he's telling is actual truth or if it is just a product of his trauma, you know? Like false memories, like I had to grapple with false memories, guys. Part of my recovery from SA was figuring out what memories were real and what memories were me creating the story of my abuse. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know what I mean? But the thing about this though, guys, when you say Virginia Giuffre mentions Bill Riley, but like, dude, all of this stuff, like you could obsess about the Epstein case and read a whole bunch of details and incorporate those details into your story. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I have not seen him unearth any concrete evidence that like hasn't existed somewhere else yet, right? It's like that real corroborating sort of like thing. But again, we'll see, you know, we'll see. I've like, you know, for me, I just saw a lot of stuff there that has my alarm bells going off. And I feel like I have a pretty good, you know, having experienced SA, I feel like I have a pretty good alarm set, but we'll see. You know, it's eventually it's going to come out, guys. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, if you believe it, you should investigate it and try to find the hard evidence. I think that's really the best thing you can do, right? Is if you really believe him, like, go investigate some of that shit, right? Go contact some of those halls of records and try to like find the background on those people. That's the best thing you can do, because it's possible that a bunch of reporters aren't doing that work because they may see the same shit I see and they may have alarm bells going off where their reporter instincts are saying, man, this doesn't feel right. But if you really believe him, you should go try to find some of that corroborating evidence, you know, because the thing is, though, is there's a lot of people in the files. I could pick some name of people in the files and tell you a story about what happened to me with them. And there have been women who have come out and said they had to do with Epstein or like Ted Bundy. There are women who said that Ted Bundy picked them up and dropped them off, but like the timelines don't match. But the women tried to get on TV and tried to be part of the media thing. And like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't know. But I think if you believe it, you should look into it. Okay? Because what I'm saying, and yeah, so a lot of this stuff in the files, so some of it came out before Sasha's story and some of it came out after. But that's another warning sign too, though, because if Sasha was a plant, okay, if Sasha is a plant to weaken the believability of the whole Epstein files, right? Right? Remember 𝗙𝗎𝗍 Smollett? Okay? Remember what happened with 𝗙𝗎𝗍 Smollett, where, you know what I'm saying? Where like it was this big story and then it got all discredited and it was lies. So in something with the amount of you know, with the amount of money and power that's behind the Epstein files, it would not surprise me if they planted somebody trying to get it to go national, and then later it just discredited everything that was in the files. Like I have said, I am fairly certain the Daily Mail reporter that first interviewed Virginia Giuffre, I would bet my life on it after reading Virginia's book, that Daily Mail reporter that blew up the Prince Andrew thing, I guarantee you Prince Andrew sent that reporter to Virginia Giuffre because she like gave her money and then she talked her into writing a memoir where she changed the names and like they set her up. So later on in court cases, they could condemn her, but they fucking set her up from the beginning by sending a reporter to blow the doors off that story. And then no, this was not Julie K. Brown. It was before Julie K. Brown. Julie K. Brown is legit. This was way back in like 2012. It was when it first came out in the Daily Mail UK. It was, here, we'll find out her name. Hold on. What? It is, 𝗙�58, okay? That's who it was. It was 𝗙�58, right? That is the person, okay? There was a reporter that tracked her to Australia, and back in 2011, okay, the first interview, and like, dude, I'm telling you, I would bet money on it that 𝗙𝗪 was sent by Prince Andrew to out the story, but to preemptively set Virginia Giuffre up to have credibility issues later on. And I believe that happened. You cannot even talk me out of it when I look at the advice she gave her, because 𝗙𝗪 gave her terrible advice. Gave her terrible advice that later, when she went into depositions in 2016, all of that shit came back to haunt her. And it was like really smarmy, right? It was really smarmy. Molly Sky Brown said so. And then Julie K. Brown, though, came later. But anyway, I implore you guys, if you guys are deep into the Sasha Riley story, and if you believe him and it resonates with you and you're like, oh my God, don't just watch TikToks about it. Like, do some research. You'd be amazed what you can find on the internet, right? I don't have time to fully research that story, but I think if you have time on your hands and you find that story interesting, instead of just reading about it, I would start looking for corroborative evidence, start pouring through these Epstein files, and just find any information you can and like see if you can help him, okay? Right? Because for me, I have too many alarm bells, and I know a lot about the timelines of this stuff, and so I have not really, this shit just ain't adding up, which is kind of why it seems like, because you got to ask yourself, why have no big mainstream reporters latched onto this? Because Julie K. Brown, dude, latched onto it, and she did write about Sasha. I'm going to actually buy a subscription to her Substack tonight, and so maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow, because Julie K. Brown did write an article about this, and I'm really curious what her take is, but she put it in a paywall, right, that I have to purchase. But all right, back to Jack Smith. Let's get in on this.
Allow him to finish.
Yes, sir. And just conclude saying we felt that constituted powerful evidence of the knowing falsity of his statements in furtherance of the fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield back, noting the presence of officers who were severely attacked.
Got nothing to yield back. You're a minute over. The gentleman from Texas.
Protecting our lives on January 6th.
The gentleman from
Dude! All right. So, guys, here it's brewing. We're going to watch a couple clips, and then we're going to watch the 𝗙𝗪𝗏. Right? We're going to watch the 𝗙𝗪𝗏. You ready?
The counsel, judgment, and advice of my team. President Trump has sought to seek revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for having worked on these cases. To vilify and seek retribution against these people is wrong. Those dedicated public servants are the best of us, and it has been a privilege to serve with them. After nearly 30 years of public service, including in international settings, I have seen how the rule of law can erode. My fear is that we have seen the rule of law function in our country for so long that many of us have come to take it for granted. The rule of law is not self-executing. It depends on our collective commitment to apply it. It requires dedicated service on behalf of others, especially when that service is difficult and comes with costs. Our willingness to pay those costs is what tests and defines our commitment to the rule of law and to this wonderful country. Thank you.
Dude, this shit is all pretty boring, but let's get to the Fanone stuff, okay? Because we're going to watch a couple other clips, though, that I think are really important. I think this one is pretty important right here, okay, about the death threats, right? I mean, the scope of this, yeah, dude, he would be a great attorney general. He absolutely would. But the scope of this, now, we're about to get into this because the cops are there, okay? And there was a little bit of a scuffle, okay? I believe it was Troy Nehls and Fanone got into it. There's a one point where I think it's Troy Nehls is talking to Jack Smith, and Fanone says something like bullshit or something like that, right? He sneezes and is like bullshit. He pulls one of those in a congressional hearing, which is amazing, right? Because this guy is a cop and a well-known fucking detective. But let's grab a couple clips here.
I had grave concerns.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Sorry, guys.
I had grave concerns.
Oh, he said, "Go fuck yourself." All right, it was I knew it was something like that.
I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in the classified documents case, but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses. During the course of the conspiracy itself, there were election workers who had their lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his co-conspirators. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed when we went forward in this case and Donald Trump suggested that one witness should be put to death and then also issued a statement to the effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat, because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation.
So dude, all right, let me go back here. Member Jolie, time flies when you're having fun. Thanks, Tommy. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh shit, that was the wrong one because that was a membership. Trumpy! Oh, Jack Smith, I hate you. Oh. Dude, so yeah, dude, that's crazy. I mean, think about that. What Jack Smith said there, guys, that both in the in the classified documents case, whatever, then he's also doing the election overturning case, and there were election workers that were receiving death threats and getting all out attacked, right? Because they were standing up and resisting this Donald Trump takeover. That's a huge red flag, a huge fucking problem, massively illegal, and it is completely consistent with everything we've known about Trump for his entire life, dude. You can go all the way back to the 80s when some woman was essayed by Trump, and the minute she would say it, she's going to speak up about it, some dude shows up with leather gloves on and meets her in the back of a fucking grocery store or some shit and says, hey, you don't want to do that. We know where your kids go to school. You don't want to see me come back. You know what I mean? And then boom, the problem goes away. And this is the shit that Michael Cohen was fucking doing. Okay. As long as we're talking about him, Mr. Flip Flop, this is what Michael Cohen was handling. All right. And this is why Michael Cohen is a shitbag. You know what I'm saying? Because he was the guy arranging that kind of shit. Come here. Right? Now, during this testimony, dude, Trump had a meltdown today. Okay? Dude, Trump had a meltdown. Look at what he says. He says, deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If he were a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully the Attorney General is looking at what he's done, including some of the crooked and corrupt witnesses that he was attempting to use in his case against me. The whole thing was a Democrat scam. A big price should be paid by them for what they have put our country through. Now, all right, let's think about the implications of this. Because number one, Trump is like out and out lying in the beginning, right? But then he's calling him an animal. He goes into if he was a Republican, his license would be taken away because Republicans, let's tiny violin it. Oh, they're so oppressed. Oh, the poor Republicans that have all the power, right? And then he's openly calling for the Attorney General to like start looking into this guy, looking at witnesses and yada, yada, yada. So he's calling for the Attorney General to investigate and jail a public figure that he's called an animal, bro. Like, dude, this shit is like, obviously it's bullshit, but like, guys, we have a sitting president who it's like, they're supposed to not talk to the DOJ. That's supposed to be an independent wing. And he's like tweeting, he is so comfortable calling for, investigations and the persecution of his political enemies that he is like, right? Like they kept saying Biden was doing it to him, but Biden never once, was tweeting like, let's go arrest Donald Trump, right? No, the DOJ was the one investigating all that shit, and the FBI and the local elections and the local investigators in a state-by-state basis where there were improprieties and fake electors and all that shit where this scheme was going on. But like, dude, he's like, oh, Joe Biden's doing this to me. And it's like, no, he wasn't. But Donald Trump is literally out in the open. Investigate her. Investigate him. Jail him. Do this. Look into witnesses. This is insane, bro. Right? Somebody said owner of a lonely diaper. Dude, it is, dude. Like they are like all the guardrails are off in public now, guys. It's like in public. He will just literally come out and be like, shoot them, arrest them. And like, hey, Pam, please go arrest him right now for this. Like they're not hiding anything, man. And nobody's calling it out. Like this should be like Congress should be impeaching him right now. It should be a 25th Amendment, like Trump removal. And Congress, you go talk to Mike Johnson, and what does he say? Oh, I didn't see anything about that. Oh, I didn't see his speech. Oh, I haven't seen the tweets. Oh, yeah, no, I haven't heard anything about that. Like, dude, bullshit. It's your job to know this shit, boss. You're the Speaker of the House, and you don't know what your fucking president is tweeting about that concerns you? Like, that concerns your party? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Right? You know what I mean? Like, dude, this shit is insane. So now he wants to prosecute Jack Smith. Okay? And right? And here's another clip right here.
During my tenure as special counsel, we followed Justice Department policies. We observed legal requirements and took actions based on the facts and the law. I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom. As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Democrat or a Republican. No one should be above the law in this country, and the law required that he be held to account, so that is what I did.
Let's go.
To have done otherwise on the facts of these cases would have been to shirk my duties as a prosecutor and as a public servant.
Yeah, I believe him too.
Which I had no intention of doing.
Dude, I believe him too. Now, guys, let me just tell you, because I know that the fundamental story around this, around Jack Smith, Merrick Garland, has been like, why didn't these guys move faster? Why didn't they go quicker? Why did they wait? Why did they drag their feet? Blah, blah, blah. And there is some truth to Merrick Garland dragging the feet in the beginning. There absolutely is. But Donald Trump's like specific tactic in court cases is to make them go long. Okay? That's what his lawyers do. They are constantly like obstructing, like slowing the thing down, stalling the proceedings. That is literally how they operate. He has been doing this for 40 years. He has a legal team in every lawsuit that just delays to where these things take like 8 years, and then usually people will drop the suit, right? And so if he won the election, there was no way, like he just had to run it out a couple of years. And the thing is, though, is even if you go early and go hard, they can still delay it. Like, there's no way, you can't really prevent the delays. Unfortunately, the legal system, it's like, you know, it's pretty hard to prevent it, right? The legal system is like, this is another one of those, I hate to say it, but it's like another one of those loopholes that benefits the rich. Right? It's true. The legal system is designed so if you have enough money to afford high-powered lawyers, you can be an obstacle like for a long time. And it is an unfortunate drawback that is part of our system is wealthy people can do that. They do it in all kinds of shit. You know, it's like if you have enough money, you can just out-weather your opponents. And if the other person has a lot of money, it's just going to take like 8 years, right? 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, where you just duke all that shit out. It sucks. It fucking sucks, boss. It does. It's like our judicial system is dog shit. But all right, so let's look at this, shall we? Let's look at the kerfluffle here. But here's what's interesting, though, about this, guys, is that they're actually now, this shit is going on the record. You know what I'm saying? This shit is going on the record, guys, where like Jack Smith is going on the record, right? Did your investigation find Donald Trump attempted to manufacture slates of presidential elections in 7 states? Yes. Did he pressure state officials to ignore vote counts? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers? Yes. So all of this is like now under oath in the public record. A lot of people never heard about this shit before. So, you know, I mean, not that it's going to necessarily have an effect, but maybe it will. Maybe there are some people that really just thought all of this was a con, and now they're like realizing, oh shit, there actually was firm evidence, right? So what is the point of these hearings? I mean, the point of these hearings is a couple of things. One of the things is everybody's looking for their sound bites so they can, you know, whatever, try to tell their narrative Like the point of the Republicans is they want to discredit Jack Smith. They want to discredit the investigations into Trump. They want to make it look like it was a conspiracy to go after Trump so they can weaponize that in some way. The Democrats are putting on the record some of the true facts of this case, which has value, guys, because let me just tell you, let's look. I'm going to compare it to Epstein for a second. Okay, let me compare it to Epstein for a second. Part of the reason why nobody blew the whistle on Epstein was because nobody knew about it, because it was all hidden in sealed court documents, right? But then when Virginia Giuffre sued Ghislaine Maxwell for defamation, there was a deposition with Ghislaine and Epstein and all these other people. And then pretty soon there was a public record of Jeffrey Epstein's case. And then the reporters could find that information and it could be investigated by reporters and reported on. So this is kind of like the Democrats are getting pieces of truth from these court documents that people may otherwise not read. And now that shit's going to be broadcast all over social media that like they did have the proof on Trump. They did have Trump and Trump is right. And maybe it will set up a situation where Jack Smith becomes AG if we win in 28 and then they prosecute Trump again. They bring this case back and like it ain't over. You know what I'm saying? Which Trump knows it ain't over, which is why they're trying to like hold power. Like we're in the thick of this shit, guys. But like, you know, I still want to see Trump go to jail. I do. I think he needs to go to jail. So do some members of his cabinets and his family. They need to be in jail. Okay. And some members of TPUSA need to be in jail. And some elected representatives in the state of Arizona need to be in jail. Okay. Right? So like this ain't over, guys. This is still very much alive, right? But this is like, you know, now it's in the public record. And that's important. I know it's like it's a little nerdy what's going on here because you think like, oh, what's going to happen is what's going to happen. And you know, it's like, but I think it's important getting this stuff out. Now, I know I don't want to defend Merrick Garland because Merrick Garland, like, he fucked up a lot. But I do want to say something, guys, that, like, to be reasonable, okay? I'm not going to defend Merrick Garland because I think Merrick made a lot of mistakes. But I will say this, guys. Investigating a president after their term is something we got to take really seriously. I know we hate Trump, and I know Trump is a crook, but the idea of a president finishing their term and being investigated and then thrown in prison is a type of thing that could be used very badly and very negatively and lead us down a very bad road. So there's a part of me that like thinks like taking that real serious and real slow. And I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, like, do we want Obama to end up in prison? No. Right? You know what I'm saying? Do we want people getting railroaded and put in jail? No. You know? So I can understand how it is something that is so revolutionary that some people that have been in government their whole life are like, I don't want to fuck this up. I don't want to like do this in the wrong way. And I still think they've made a lot of fuck ups, but I think, you know, like throwing presidents in prison is something that could be abused on both sides. Okay. You know what I mean? And like, that's fucking, I know Trump is guilty, but like, I also know that once we throw Trump in jail, the Republican Party is going to make a specific, like they are going to be gunning to put a president in jail. And the thing about this though, guys, is you don't need to be corrupt, right? Like Trump has the Supreme Court, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like say they railroad somebody and that case ends up at the Supreme Court. What do you think the Supreme Court's going to do? Right? They're probably right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Trump shouldn't go to jail, but I'm saying, like, this was pretty revolutionary for people in government. I don't think the American government ever thought they were going to end up here. You know what I mean? So I guess the thing is I like am not going to say Merrick Garland did it right, because he didn't. Okay, he didn't do it right. But I also understand how somebody in uncharted territory doesn't exactly know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about this, guys. Like think about it on a microcosm level. You know what I'm saying? Is like, if you get divorced, okay? Like, I had a custody battle for my son, okay? And I made a lot of mistakes, guys, in my custody battle. I was too aggressive in some ways. I created a lot of ill feelings that haunted my stepfamily and my relationship with my kid's mom, because I didn't know it was something I'd never been through. It was like fighting for custody of my kid, fighting against his mother, was this revolutionary thing that nobody gives you a handbook in how to do that. And in the process of doing that, I made a couple messes that if I had to do it again, I wouldn't make. And so what I'm saying is I think the initial prosecution of Trump was so out of pocket and uncharted territory that I don't think people in the Justice Department knew how to really handle it. And so that's why a whole bunch of mistakes were made. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is I think if Jack Smith were to become AG and they were to do it again, they would fucking know how to do it this time. You know what I'm saying? They would know how to do it this time. Okay? That's the point. The point being is I'm not sure they were equipped initially, because it was so like pretty out of pocket to have a president trying to overturn the goddamn election. That never happened, guys. And he like seemingly almost got away with it, if not for Mike Pence. If JD Vance had been his VP, like maybe we're in the middle of a war right now. You know what I'm saying? So like the point being is like a whole bunch of mistakes were made and they completely fucked it up. But I guess I understand the nature of overwhelm that made it so people fucked this up. I don't think they were prepared for it. And I think now it's a different story. I think if they get another chance, they're like, oh yeah, they're ready for this shit, you know? And that's like, I don't know, man. Sometimes that's just the way it is, dude. Because when you think about it, guys, ultimately, this should have ended in the Senate, okay? It should have ended in the Senate. We should have never even needed Jack Smith, okay? All we needed was the Senate to convict, okay? Mitch McConnell and all the other senators, if they convict, it's over with, right? This was a fucking done deal, guys. We didn't even need to get to Jack Smith and 5 fucking years of investigation. If the Senate did its goddamn job, this is over with. But the Republicans in the Senate left the fucking demon on the field, man. You like me? You know what I'm saying? Let's go, Rain Dog. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. All right? And again, guys, I want to be clear, though, when I talk about this shit, that, like, don't think I'm making excuses for Merrick Garland, because I'm not. Merrick Garland failed, and a lot of people failed, and the DOJ failed, and Joe Biden failed, and everybody around this case failed. But I'm just telling you the reason why they failed is because they weren't prepared for something this outlandish. Like, this is shit that the government never thought would happen. And now, now we're in a pickle. Now we're in a mess. Now we're all fucked up because these guys were too overwhelmed and didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And yeah, the voters failed because we elected that dumb fucker. But I'm telling you right now, I think if you get Jack Smith in there again, they will not fail a second time. You know what I'm saying? They won't. They like, I think people learned a lot from this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it was fucking stupid, bro. It is fucking stupid. But dude, that shit was crazy. Nobody ever did that. Like, it was so nuts that a lot of people didn't believe it was happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still think, like, and here's another thing that I think is important about this, guys, is I think a lot of Americans just in the middle that aren't super partisan, super political, I think a lot of them really didn't believe there was real evidence. A lot of them really believed, oh, people hate Trump so much. Maybe they are just trying to railroad the guy. And that's why I think some of this shit coming out might be beneficial, because maybe people are going to realize that, no, yeah, this really was an airtight case. And he's like saying, I'm going to try this shit again because this shit was, right? It really did fucking happy. It really did fucking happen. As a black woman, you don't trust men? Dude, I get it. I get it, May Money. You shouldn't trust men. If you're a black woman, you should not trust white men. Come on. No way, dude. Why would you? Right? But yeah, dude, Trump delayed. They were overwhelmed. They didn't know what to do. They were worried about appearing partisan. You know, there was a lot of shit going on, dude. Right? A lot of shit. You know, it was a fucking disaster, dude. It was. But all right, dude, what the fuck is this, bro? Oh, he's making this up. Dude, let's go. All right. I was like, there's no way, dude. But this is, dude, isn't it crazy? This is Fox News, guys. Right? It's made up. But what is crazy about this is that you can look at this and maybe think it's real. Right? This isn't really Fox. This is Gary Peterson. This is like fake. Okay? This is fake shit. But the fact that we don't know if it's real is what's so funny about this. Because you could absolutely see this on Fox, but it's not the Fox fucking, like, that's not the font, and this is all fake. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what's so crazy, dude, is that this could be real, bro. Riley Gaines is going to be their special guest. All right, so here's another one, guys. You ready? Based on his testimony today, there's no question deranged Jack Smith should be prosecuted for his actions. He destroyed the lives of many innocent people, which has been his history as a prosecutor. At a minimum, he committed large-scale perjury. That's all bullshit. Okay, let's get to the Troy Nehls. All right, and fucking there he is. There's Troy Nehls. Look at that, dude. Yeah, who's a partisan hack? Dude, what a fucking goon this guy is, dude. Look at this guy. What an idiot. Who would dress like this? Look at that. Never surrender. Laken Riley. Like, what a bootlicker, bro. You know, what a clown, dude. Look at everybody's looking at him too. Like, what a clown. Dude, look at her look. She's just like looking at him like, what the fuck? Bro, you know what I mean? Like, this is what our Republican government is down. He does look closeted. I think he's closeted, right? But this is what our Republican government is, boss. You know what I mean? It's like we are down to like a clown show. All right, you ready? Let's watch. Let's watch the fucking Fanon. All right, hold on. We're gonna get in here. Because this shit's pretty funny. All right, we saw the photo. There he is, right, getting into it with fucking, right, getting into it with somebody. This shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? It is, dude. These are crazy times, guys. These are crazy fucking times. All right, but dude, he looks. Look, they're holding him back. He's like, "Oh, you want a piece? You want to go?" Dude, this guy looks like he's, you know, he looks like he's a scrapper, boss. I don't know. I'm thinking if these two get into it, I'm putting my money on the Dropkick Murphy, bro. Right? I am, dude. I'm thinking this guy can't fight. This guy's going to call his attorney is what's going to happen. If there's a fight, this guy's going to finish the fight, and this guy's going to be calling his lawyer. right? That's how that fight would go, right? One guy's knocking him out and the other guy's calling his fucking lawyer, bro. I know how that goes. I know how that goes because I'm a lawyer caller, right? I'm not really a brawler. If I get in a fight, I'm going to be the guy calling his lawyer probably. It's true, dude. You know, it's true. I'm not a brawler, boss. But look at him. First off, we have a clip of him flipping him off, right? He's flipping him off from behind Jack Smith. That is kind of an epic shot right there, giving him the finger. But let's find the clips. Here is Kirshner, Brian Tyler Cohen's partner, who said 20 years before the January 6th Capitol attack, I worked murder cases with Mike Fanone. He was a hell of a cop then. He's a hell of a hero now. My other friend, Tony P., is the longest serving MPD homicide detective. We worked a lot of cases together. Two great public servants. All right. And so here we go. Here's the Troy Nels Fanone section. You ready? Now we're getting into it. All right.
I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Don, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day.
Dude!
Claim my time, yeah.
Will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol
Dude, Jim Jordan.
leadership team.
Dude, look at him. He's just straight-faced. Dude, I mean, he was not shy about this. Oh, we know it does not lie in fucking... We know it does not lie in Donald Trump. Did you hear Jim Jordan, though? Like, dude, Jim Jordan is like... What is up with Jim Jordan's voice, bro? Did he, like... Is he getting his voice adjusted? Doesn't it sound like Jim Jordan's voice is getting like a lot whinier? Hi. Dude, something's going on with his voice, bro. He is jacking it up like an octave or something.
Actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
It will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day.
Dude, what a scumbag, bro. Dude, he did some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying, Rain Dog. We know what you're saying, boss. Dude, isn't that wild? Guys, no, that shit is nuts, boss. It is. Like, I mean, it's pretty bold of him to put it out there. I mean, he is not worried the disruption, but dude, it is a joke. And again, though, this is why Republicans are having this hearing, right? So they have a clip of Troy Nels saying the fault was not Donald Trump. We know X, Y, or Z, or we know, like, this is about the public record, okay? Because they don't have proof of shit. Jack Smith knows he can prosecute Trump, but they want a public record of them saying, we have this proof, and we have that proof, and we have that proof. But that was, he's flipping him off. He's like, go fuck yourself. Did he flip him off here? I don't think he did. I think the flip off came at another time. Yeah, no, that was all just verbal. But then here's the altercation that went on, okay, after the fact. Now, who is it? It is Ivan Raiklin, okay, is the guy he's talking to, who is this guy. Dude, this thumb, Jesus. What is up with the thumbs, bro? This guy is like a mini thumb. Are those his kids? Please tell me that those are his kids. Or is he like, right? Are those his kids, or is this guy just like in the Epstein files? Like, what's going on here, bro? Right? Dude, what the fuck is going on, bro? He's a thumb and he's like, you know, mogging it up with some fucking, right? Like, dude, are they his sons? Does he have sons? Or is he like hanging out with Benny Johnson, dude? But look at this guy's fucking, like, his bio. A pure heart for truth and justice in a sea of slurs, cowards, and traitors, right? I mean, this guy is like a, you know, pardon Shane Lamond, Proud Boys, oh, America. Dude, what an idiot, bro. Right? What an idiot. Right? And they're all talking shit. Fanone was brave when he was in a situation he knew the cops would save him from. What happens when you remove him from a safe space? Let's revisit the last time me and Ivan Raiklin confronted him. Right? Well, let's see. We're going to look at this too, because they're confronting him, the Proud Boys. But like, dude, yeah, these guys are losers. But all right, let's watch the confrontation, shall we? Dude, they're always like, I swear to you guys, I think a lot of these, you know what it is? You know what these guys are? I'm going to make a judgment about a lot of these right-wingers. You ready? Here's what it is. They're guys who never got their father's love or respect, and they never stopped trying to get it, okay? They continually cucked themselves, trying, like they never stood up to their own dads, okay? That's what I think of these guys. They never stood up to their own dads, okay? That they have a daddy issue, but they never stood up. Like, I had an authoritarian father, but part of the reason why I never turned into a fucking shithead is because I actually stood up to my dad. I fucking eventually called him out and said, you know, you have to go through me. Fuck you, back the fuck off. And my dad fucking backed off. But I think these guys never stood up, okay? They continually chased their daddy's approval and never got it, and they never stood up to their dad. So now they're out in the world like, fucking, you know, living this weird fucking, you know, daddy issues like thing they're playing out, man. You know what I mean? Daddy hole, right? Dude, there's something about them. They have that like little guy that they never stood up. They never actually did it. But here's the fight. Dude, this guy though, if you look at it, this guy is like itching for this shit, right? This guy is like, I mean, this is the right-wingers game, right? This is the same shit they do with like Nick Sortor or all of these right-wing shitters. They just go into a situation where they're safe, where they can't, you know, they're filming, they're not going to get in any trouble. And then they try to like instigate. Okay, they try to instigate. And yeah, it sounded like there was like some threats of his children or whatever. And then I think it looks like afterwards, right? It looks like afterwards they went, I don't know if this is the same day or if this is some other day, right? But like, or this is some other time where they confronted him. They've been like chasing this guy around before.
guys were brave at my sentencing, and you sat there, you laughed while I got 22 fucking years. Now you don't even want to look in my eyes. You fucking coward. If you weren't a coward that day, you were a coward after, and you're another coward.
You're a traitor to this country.
Yeah, so are you.
You're a traitor to this country.
You're a fucking traitor piece of shit. That's why they fired your ass, and that's why your own people turned on you, piece of shit. You and your fucking boy over here. You fucking little failure. Run from me, motherfucker. Run from me. He's not staying in the hotel. He's trespassing. You fucking piece of shit.
Dude, they're in a hotel, guys. This is a hotel lobby, and these guys are like trying to instigate, right? Because oh, it's safe. Everybody's got it on camera. They're all tough. They're all threatening, but like, you know, what's going to go on? Dude, they're in a hotel lobby chasing people around. Dude, he's all mad. This guy should be in prison, though. Dude, these guys, like all of them should be in prison. Him, Tario, and Joe Biggs. I mean, these guys are fucking scumbags. But if you're wondering why ICE are such losers, this is it, guys. Here we are. Here's why ICE are losers. Because all of these guys are, you know, all of these Proud Boys, all these daddy hole issue people are all in fucking, you know what I'm saying? They're all working for the government now. They're all getting $50,000 bonuses, right? You know what I'm saying? They're all getting $50,000 bonuses from our tax money. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you to the idiots who voted for Donald Trump, you fucking morons, right? Thumbs, dude. They're all thumbs, bro. Dude, let's go. You know what I'm saying? All right, what do we got here? And they're trying to say some...
Hey, Michael. Hey, what's up, buddy? Ivan Raycliffe. Fuck yourself. Why do you have to swear at me?
What's that?
Why do you have to swear at me?
Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not mortal enemies. Go fuck yourself.
Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that?
I'm not
I've
losing
been
my cool.
always professional with you.
I'm not losing my cool.
Every single time I communicate
Fuck
with you,
yourself. You're a
I
traitor to
am
this
always
country. Fuck
professional
yourself.
with you.
Dude, you see what he's doing? Though? You right? You see what this guy's doing, boss? Right? I mean, you see what he's doing, don't you? Where he is like, he's playing calm guy, calm agitator, okay? Like you know that he's agitating. You know that they're total enemies, but why are you calm down? Why are you so agitated? Why are you so defensive? Right? And guys, can I just tell you, this is a technique where you see this all the time with these abusers is when they fight with their wives, okay? When they fight with women, right? They do something egregious, and the woman's natural reaction is to be upset and to be livid, and then they pull the, you need to calm down. Why are you being so emotional? And they get calmer as the woman gets strung up, and it's a way of psychologically winding up the other person by hiding their reaction and their reactive abuse. Yeah, it is really toxic, and all the abusers do it. My dad used to do this shit. It is like they do it like second nature. Okay, it is abuser 101. And what they're doing too is they're actually dumping some of their own rage into you while you're processing it, because he is filled with rage. The bald guy, the thumb who's filming this shit, you know what I'm saying? But he's agitating. Someone's saying there's better audio. We can look at that too, but I'm gonna watch this one and see. Let's just fucking watch it through again. But he's doing it on purpose. He's like, I'm gonna fucking try to wind this guy up. And he's starting it from the whole fucking, oh, I'm so calm. I've always been calm with you. But dude, this shit is not fucking cool.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
𝗙𝗢𝗏𝗽𝗀.
Fuck yourself.
Why do you have to swear at me?
What's that?
Why do you have to swear at me?
Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not mortal enemies. Go fuck yourself.
Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that?
I'm not
I've
losing
been
my cool.
always professional with
I'm
you.
not losing my cool.
Every
Fuck
single
yourself.
time I communicate
Fuck
with you,
yourself. You're
I
a traitor to
am
this
always
country. Fuck
professional
yourself.
with you.
Well,
Dude.
I'm
And it
not.
requires
Fuck
other
yourself.
people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay?
I'm not gonna get from it. You've threatened my family and you've threatened my
Oh,
life.
have
You're
I?
a traitor to this fucking country.
Why
Go
are you
fuck
so
yourself.
spasmodic?
Am I spasmodic?
Absolutely.
Fucking do
Look
something.
behind you.
Do something.
Why should I? I'm communicating with you.
Why
I'm
should
trying to
I
calm you down,
do something?
right? Look at your face and features. You can't even control yourself. You can't even be a man.
Trust me, I'm using a lot
You
of
see how
restraint
many
right now.
people are constraining you?
Come get me.
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Dude, total control over my mind and body. Dude, like, what a narcissistic fucking weirdo that the Raikkonen guy is, right? Dude, you know what I'm saying? What a narcissistic. We got to comment on this. Dude. Yeah. Dude, no, that is like, you know, that guy has like a domestic abuse history. You know he does, right? You know it. That is like total domestic abuse style, right? That shit. It is. Check the Discord. All right, we'll look at the Discord.
You can't even be a man.
Trust me, I'm using a lot
You
of
see how
restraint
many
right now.
people are constraining you?
Come get me.
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body. Total control over my mind and body, and I'm totally dominating you right now.
I'm totally dominating you right now.
Sir, let's step aside.
I'm not.
Dude, this guy
I'm
has
just
threatened
standing here.
my family, threatened my
I'm just
children,
standing here.
threatened to rape my children.
Oh,
Rape
really
my
now?
children.
Dude, I'm dominating you. Dude,
My children.
More people need to contain him because I'm completely calm, sir.
I'm completely calm, sir. Dude, what a fucking loser. But you know what's funny, though? What's crazy about this, guys, is that, like, he won't do this shit. They do this shit when they can get away with it, okay? They do this shit when they can get away with it, guys. When, like, he wouldn't do that if it was Raikkonen and Fanon out in the street alone. He would not do that, okay? But he'll do that when he's got a camera in a government building, when he knows that, like, Fanon, like, he knows how it's going to play out and he knows he's protected, right? It is, like, super cowardly shit, right? They are, like, the kings of being cowardly. You know what I'm saying? They are, dude, the kings of being cowardly. And so what's the link what is the link in chat? Right? This is Fanon talking about it. Oh, wait, no, that's not it.
I want to be very clear about what happened today. And this didn't happen online. This wasn't social media drama. This happened inside the United States Capitol during a House Judiciary Committee hearing where Jack Smith was testifying about his criminal investigation into Donald Trump. I was seated in the hearing room when a man sitting behind me decided to approach me. That man is Ivan Ranklin, a MAGA activist who calls himself Trump's so-called Secretary of Retribution. And he didn't approach me in good faith. He didn't approach me to talk. He approached me because that's what people like him do. They provoke, they record, and they try to bait reactions.
Hey, Michael. Hey, what's up, buddy? 𝗙𝗢𝗌𝗶𝗹𝗀. Why do you have to swear at me?
What's that?
Why do you have to swear at me?
What do you have to swear at me?
Like we're not mortal enemies. Go f yourself.
Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that?
I'm not
I've
losing
been
my cool.
always professional with you.
I'm not losing my cool.
Every
Fuck
single
yourself.
time I communicate
Fuck
with you,
yourself. You're a
I
traitor to
am
this
always
country. Fuck
professional
yourself.
with you.
Well, I'm
And it
not.
requires
Fuck
other
yourself.
people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay?
I'm not going to get from it. You've threatened my family and you've threatened my
Oh,
life.
have
You're
I?
a traitor to this country.
Why are
Go
you
fuck
so
yourself.
spasmodic?
Am I spasmodic?
Absolutely.
Fucking do
Look
something.
behind you.
Do something.
Why should I? I'm communicating with you. You're trying
I'm
to calm me
communicating
down,
with you.
Right? Look at your
Dude.
face. You can't even control yourself.
Dude, it's a little triggering for me to watch this shit because I like hate people who engage in this type of behavior. It is, I mean, when you see people do it, it like really, it really gets me activated because it is like super abusive people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the move with them is to definitely just, you ignore them and you move on, right? But like, it's like in this situation, if your family's been threatened by these people and they've really caused you harm, it can be very difficult, right? It can be very triggering.
Trust me, I'm using a lot of. You see how many people are constraining you?
Come get me.
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Look at me.
Control over my mind and body, and I'm totally dominating you right now.
Sir.
Treating these people that way.
I'm not.
This guy's threatening my family.
Members of the audience.
I'm totally dominating you right now, but like, dude, this guy is like a 4-foot tall thumb, bro. What are we talking about? Right? He's like, I am totally dominating you right now. Totally. Like, totally, dude. Like, totally. Dude, right? Isn't that funny? It's like, really? Like, come on, bro. I am totally dominating you right now. Like, dude. Totally, dude. Like, dude. Dude, it is a 4-foot tall thumb, bro.
Children threatened to my children.
Oh, really?
Rape my children, you sick bastard. My
More
children.
people need to contain him because I'm completely gone, sir. Always gone. Listen.
Sit down, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fennone. Thank you, Officer Fennone. Mr. Chairman, please control the deranged observer, Mr. Raiklan, so he doesn't create any other problems with us today.
Imagine what he did on January 6th with that demeanor. Look at my demeanor. Complete.
Now, what you need to understand.
Dude, look at my demeanor. Dude, what an idiot, bro. Dude, like, imagine his demeanor on January 6th. Look at my demeanor. Look at my 4'2" demeanor. Right? Look at my 4'2" demeanor. All 4'2" of me.
Look at my demeanor. Complete.
Now, what you need to understand is this. This is not some random person. This is someone who's threatened my family, threatened my children. So when he stuck his hand out and tried to play polite, I responded honestly. I told him to go f himself. And I told him he's a traitor to our country, because that's exactly what he is. You'll hear him say I lost my cool. You'll hear him claim that he was being professional. That's nonsense. What you're watching there is restraint. Because when someone who's made violent threats against your family walks up to you inside the Capitol, smiling, filming, and trying to humiliate you, restraint is the only thing preventing that moment from turning into something much worse. And standing just a few feet away from me was my friend and fellow officer, Harry Dunn. Someone who understands exactly how these provocations work, and who stepped in before things escalated further. As Capitol Police intervened, Raiklan did what these people always do. He smirked, he postured, he pretended he was dominating the situation. That's not dominance, that's cowardice. Because real strength doesn't come from threatening families, filming confrontations, and then crying victim when someone stands up to you. And yes, Jim Jordan banged his gavel and called for order. But let's be honest about what was actually out of order. It wasn't my response. It was the fact that someone who has openly threatened violence against my family was allowed to sit behind me in a congressional hearing in the first place. As I walked out, Jamie Raskin thanked me because everyone in that room understood exactly what just happened.
Dude, see, that's an interesting point to be made. That, like, right, that this guy is there in this hearing. It's right, he's a part of this thing. And a right-wing influencer who threatened his children is sitting right behind him, right? And the GOP, like, they love that shit. That is like, you know what I'm saying? They love that shit.
And now after all of this, Ranklin is threatening to sue me. And that tells you everything you need to know. These people want intimidation without consequences. They want to provoke without being confronted. They want to threaten families but hide behind lawsuits when someone pushes back. Well, I'm not intimidated. I didn't go looking for a confrontation today, but I will never apologize for defending my family. I will never apologize
Dude, we lost
for calling
the vocal
traitors
sync
exactly
pretty
what
bad.
they are. And I will not be silenced by people who think the Capitol is just another stage for their extremist cosplay. So just like I said to his face, I'll say it again. Ivan Ranklin, go fuck yourself.
Dude, there we go. All right, he fucking left that one in there. But so dude, let's go. 500,000 subs. Pretty solid YouTube channel. But yeah, so anyway, to what somebody was saying, right? To somebody that was saying there is I would not for a minute, I absolutely that the GOP, whatever, some GOP strategist, like put him there. Okay. They put him there, right? Right behind him. And we're absolutely like looking to start some sort of confrontation like that. I mean, dude, when we look at the Fanon guy, he seems pretty intense, right? He's an intense dude, but like, so what? You're allowed to be an intense dude, okay? I think this idea, like one thing I would like to address socially is this idea that if you have a calm demeanor or if you're being quiet and like not activated emotionally at all, that you are somehow like above the people around you is really bullshit. Because this idea, even something the guy said there, right? He said, I am completely calm and controlled. Everything about me is controlled. But this is the shit that like Andrew Tate preaches this shit. And a lot of these rage influencers preach this shit to men about getting controlled, but like they're experiencing rage. And if you become those like control guys, you dump your rage into the people around you. Okay? You do, man. When you do that technique of like suppressing your rage and getting calm and getting controlled, eventually you do that enough, it like you become a dumper. Okay? And doing that, it's like emotionally manipulative because you shouldn't be, you like people experience rage. And when you don't like, oh, hi, I am so calm. I am so in control. I never get rage. Like, dude, that's fucking bullshit. That shit is bullshit. Okay? That is some BS, boss. Fuck those guys. Fucking weirdos. Right? And dude, no, Charlie Kirk used to do that shit too. He did it to women all the time. You need to calm down, right? Remember, Kirk would do that. Now that we're transitioning here, we're segueing to Charlie Kirk. But Charlie Kirk did that shit too, man. Every time he would argue with a woman and the woman would like be on his ass, he would be like, you need to calm down. You got to calm down. Please calm down. It was like his mainstay. And then the guys in the audience would be like, yeah, you're getting too rage. But the reality is like, no, sometimes you don't need to calm down. Okay. Calming down, like displaying your emotions and experiencing your emotions is fine and normal. And you should be engaged in it. right? Like that guy right there, that Raiklen guy, was being manipulative and being a gaslighting tool. Okay. And then, of course, what does he do? He gets on the internet. Oh, should I sue him for defamation? That's what they always do, right? They always, like, you know, afterwards they're like, ooh, yeah, I'm going to call my lawyer. Let's sue him for defamation. Oh, where's my attorney? Oh, attorney, come help me. Oh, right? Benny Johnson, right? Benny Johnson's going to call his lawyer, right? Remember with Milo? I'm going to call my lawyer. I have to defend my family. Dude, there's no lawsuit from Benny Johnson, right? There is no lawsuit, right? The Benny Johnson is not gay lawsuit never found any legs, guys. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why. Dude, by the way, can I just tell you, I burned Benny Johnson like pretty hard, dude. Actually, I have to show you this one. This one's getting a lot of play. It was a goofy, like, middle school retort, but it was a good one, right? Oh, shit, dude. Let me find it. This one was tasty. Sometimes you sick burn, right? Dude. So, yeah. So, Benny. Oh, yeah, here it is. So, Benny said, U.S. Postal Service employee flips off Border Patrol agent and yells, "Go home, you effing losers. This is disgraceful. He is paid by the American taxpayer and needs to be fired." Right? This is the new Republican thing. Oh, somebody, a tax-paying official, right? You can be paid by the American taxpayer and you can shoot people in the face, or you can beat them up or pepper spray them at point-blank range. But if you call a Border Patrol agent, call him an effing loser, Benny's like, this is disgraceful, guys. Oh, it's so disgraceful. He's paid by the taxpayer and needs to be fired. And so I got in here and said, dude, F you, you closeted geek. He deserves a pay raise. P.S. Tell your wife I can't make it tonight. Dude, the tell your wife I can't make it tonight was the sick burn, boss. Oh, shit. Dude, isn't that funny? Oh, dude, I love it. Dude, everyone in the replies, too, was like in on that shit. Here, I'll put a link to it. You know, I don't want to run afoul of YouTube. YouTube, I love you. And this is all in good fun with me and Benny Johnson. We go back and forth at each other. Thank you, YouTube. We love it. We're not harassing Benny. Dude, we love Benny Johnson. YouTube, we love him. We love Benny. We love making videos about Benny and punking him, right? Dude, oh, that's a good one. Yeah, but like, so anyway, you ready for this? And this is the next point here is so they want to fire this guy because he's paid by the taxpayers, but like the president of the United States flipped off an auto worker, okay? And they were cheering. So that's weird. The president of the U.S., a guy who should not be flipping off citizens, and they're cheering. But a citizen flipping off the government, like, that's fine, dude. Punching up is totally fine, guys. There is nothing wrong with punching up. If you want to flip off your elected officials or the president, you're upset at the job they're doing, that is totally acceptable. There's nothing disgraceful about that. But the president is the person who shouldn't be, like, they should be exhibiting different behavior. You know? You know what I mean? Like, but again, what's ironic is like these guys will say how disgraceful that this guy flipped somebody off. But like, let's see what Benny said about Trump and the fucking auto workers. Okay, let's go look and see if Benny commented on it. I'm trying to think of what words. Benny tweets a lot. so I don't want to go look at it. But auto worker maybe. I mean, I guess we could go look. What day was the Trump thing? Let's see. That happened on what day? Here's what we're going to do. January 13th. So we're going to advanced search Benny Johnson. And we're going to do a date search for January 13th. Elon has kind of mucked up the advanced search, but let's see if he talked about the Trump thing on this day. Dude, Democrats are going extinct. Dude, what an idiot he is. Dude, they're so funny, right? With Benny, right? Democrats are going extinct because they're having less kids. But, like, guys, nothing makes a Democrat kid like two Republican parents. You know what I'm saying? That is the quickest way to having a Democrat kid. Like, let's be honest. If you grow up in a religious Republican environment, you are, like, have a high, especially if you're a girl, you're going to become a Democrat, okay? Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, so I'm not seeing him tweet about it. So maybe he wasn't one of the ones revering it, but their whole side was. Right, he was busy making videos of gas stations in California like Benny's trying to take down Gavin Newsom, but we know that's not going to happen. Right? Dude, look at him. He took like a bunch of pictures with gas stations. Every gas station that had expensive gas, he's like, oh, dude, Benny is such a schlumper, dude. Right? Dude, they like to pick on this guy too, okay? I don't know if you noticed this, but they really, this guy, okay, this rep right here, doesn't, like, English is not his native language, so he doesn't speak, like, his English is a little broken and a little bit, you know, he's not the greatest English speaker, but they like to use him a lot. They like to put him out there and like to make fun of his, you know, the way he speaks English, right? Yeah, no, Tom Homan is equally difficult, right? He's got like some high level CTE, but this is a big thing to them. You know, they like to do this shit. But Tom Homan, he can be brain dead and they're fine with that, right? They're fine with Tom Homan's CTE. But God forbid a foreign person, right, has trouble speaking some English. And like, but what's funny about it is whenever they make fun of people like that, the way they talk, those people are always really smart. You know, it's never substantive about it. Okay. Right. And you know what I mean? And right. It's never substantive. And dude, yeah, Trump can't speak at all, boss. He can't. So yeah, he didn't cover it, but whatevs. Dude, they're so hypocritical, man. Dude, how many Americans are down with fascism? Yeah, well, let me just explain this to you guys. And I've said this before, but when you sit there and you say, wait a second, why are so many Americans, like, why does it seem like a huge swath of America is comfortable with fascism? And I'm telling you, because they already grow up believing in fascism because they participate in a version of Christianity that has a fascist like leadership, right? Like God, if you believe in especially the evangelical Christians, it is a punitive, threatening, obey and comply, submit or be damned fascism where there is a supreme leader and the son of the leader is also the same fealty. So they grow up in a fascist environment that is dictatorial, that is super structured, very strict rules. And if you disobey, there is severe punishment. So they are indoctrinated into this shit from little on, guys. It's like you beg for forgiveness, yes. And you have to like bow down before the fucking authority. So it is like, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? It is a problem. And then though, what Greg said there too, there's another component is the fascist state doesn't aim at them. Okay, so not only are they taught that it's right to bow down before authority, but then when they align themselves with the power of the government, with the police, with the military, with whatever, the ICE agents, now they're not the ones receiving the wrath. Okay, and then they always say you should have complied, you should have obeyed. Why did you disobey? Why didn't you submit? Right? But none of that ICE police wrath really gets directed towards them. Okay? It never gets directed towards them. They use the power of the state to aim that fascist wrath at other people because it's never going to be aimed at the white Christians, guys. It's going to be aimed at the people of color, the women, the LGBTQ, right? The Democrats, the protesters, right? You know, but it's in their like programming. They are programmed to obey and submit to fascism. And so they accept it when it's their religion is the one executing it. Okay. But at the same time, you ask them to wear a mask or to get vaccinated during a pandemic when 7 million people are dying and they're like, you're being a fascist. How dare you expect me to participate in society in a way that doesn't kill my neighbors? How dare you, right? I mean, come on, man. It's stupid, bro. It is. It is just stupid. Okay? It is stupid shit, boss. But all right, one more thing, guys. Dude, we got to talk a little bit about this. Okay? We got to watch this clip because, guys, the big tour happened. Okay? We saw this. I tweeted about this. I showed you this the other day about the Kool-Aid. This was a big tweet of mine that went super viral. All right, let me find it. It was back a couple days ago. It was this one, right? 5 million impressions, which is crazy. Does this mean what I think it means? It was the Make Heaven Crowded tour. Okay, now, guys, this is their big tour. Make Heaven Crowded. It's TPUSA Faith. Tour de farce is a great way of putting it. This thing is crazy. Now, it was in Riverside at the Harvest Church. Okay, Riverside, California. They put Los Angeles on the flyer because I don't know why they did that. It's like 90 minutes, 2 hours from LA. It's all the way out in Riverside County. It's not even in LA County, guys, right? And they put Los Angeles, though, presumably so it could look like, yeah, guys, we're converting the blue city of LA. Okay, this is why they did that. Okay, they want their flyer. Oh, we went to Los Angeles. We're converting. But guys, this Harvest Church is like not a good place, guys. Okay, now my thing about this was like Make Heaven Crowded. That sounds Jim Jones, right? And I'm like, dude, we should set up a big ass Kool-Aid stand. And everybody was like Jim Jonesing in here, dude. I'm like, this is me, dude. Right? Let's go. Dude, very fun. This tweet is fun. There's some really great replies. I highly recommend it. All right. But what I want to talk about is this Harvest Church. Okay. Dude, this Harvest Church is like crazy. Okay. Because if we look at the Harvest Church, so Harvest Church has a pastor there called Greg Laurie. Okay. This is the church right here, Harvest Christian Church, right? It is a mega church in Southern California. Okay. They have all kinds of ministries. This place though is pretty psychotic. Okay. This church. So they're in particular, they work with Romania, but there's a guy named Greg Laurie, okay, who is one of the main pastors, and he spoke at this event, okay? Right? More lawsuits filed against Greg Laurie and Harvest Christian Fellowship for abuse in Romanian orphanage, okay? Now, you remember the stories about Erika Kirk working over in Romania, okay? Let me just tell you, right? When she was younger, she was involved. I have a half brother who works in Romania. I don't know what it is about Romania, but there's a prophet, a guy named Brother 𝗙𝗚𝗏, okay, who is there's a guy in Romania that is believed, tells everybody he's like a prophet of Jesus. And there is crazy, Christian sort of conversion that's been going on in Romania. My half brother in Watertown, Wisconsin has a ministry that takes medical supplies and Bibles to Romania. He's been doing it for 25 years, guys. It started, I think, in the 90s. And there's a prophet that they follow that is over there in Romania. They build churches, they pass out Bibles, they take medical supplies, and they find really indigent people that are struggling, and they try to win them over with Christianity, which is what a lot of these fellowship conversion people do, is they look for the downtrodden, okay? I don't know if these guys are involved with that whatever, that Brother 𝗙𝗚𝗏. Let's see who he is. It's I'll just look up my brother's hand of help thing. All right, don't hold this against me, but this hand of help, okay, this is my half brother's ministry. My half brother's involved with this. Here he is with this shit, okay? I told you I had deeply evangelical roots, guys. So this ministry, Hand of Help, my brother is the Hand of Help guy in Wisconsin. And he has a warehouse. He has a warehouse filled with medical supplies and other shit that they take donations. But it is about this guy, Brother 𝗙𝗚𝗏, Dumitru 𝗙𝗚𝗏. All right. Hand of Help was founded in 1986. And this guy, he was a Romanian pastor who insists that he's like a prophet. Okay. And so this guy is part of Hand of Help. My half brother Gene is part of this. Okay, let me see. Okay, right there he is. There's his LinkedIn. This is my half brother, Gene Schmidt. Okay, he is a executive vice president of Hand of Help Ministries. All right, this is my oldest half brother. Okay. When I was in second grade, Gene had graduated from high school. I think he's 10 years older than me or something, but he's a twin. He has a twin, but he is the executive vice president of this ministry, guys. Okay. He's also an incredibly talented musician. He probably could have gone to Nashville and become a country music star, but he didn't. He chose to become a religious zealot. And instead, he's the executive vice president of the Hand of Help Ministry. All right, dude, I don't really talk to him anymore, but for a long time, he would contact me every so often and be like, have you given your life to Jesus yet? And I'd be like, dude, you want to go to the strip club? And he would be like, I'm not talking to you anymore. And that's pretty much all we would do. I'd be like, how about we get some blow and go to the strip club? And he's like, I'm hanging up now. And so, But this is my half brother. All right, for whether it's better or worse, but he is he's part of this. Okay, he's part of this fucking ministry. And let me just tell you, these guys are fucking crazy, bro. They are crazy. Okay, my half brother Gene, that's in this ministry. Technically, do they do some good work? I'm sure they do, but they are not well in the head, guys. Okay, they are not well in the head. Okay, I'm just telling you, right? They're not. This shit is like deeply religious zealotry. But so these guys are involved in Romania too. Okay, and it's around this guy. There is a pastor named 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗂 who was part of the Harvest Christian Fellowship, and this 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗏 was like sexually abusing kids allegedly in Romania. Okay. And so the Tate brothers, Ginger, the Tate brothers aren't from Romania. The Tate brothers moved to Romania. Okay. They moved to Romania because it is like a place where predators can hide out because they have some really, like stretchable laws around trafficking. Okay, they moved there because you can go to Romania and you can be a rapist or a trafficker and you can get away with it, guys. You know what I'm saying? And so there is some SA, right? 7 women that have filed lawsuits against this 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗏 guy. Okay, and there is some SA that has gone on in Romania and so basically what they're accusing this 𝗫🠾 guy of is they're accusing the 𝗫🠾 guy of allowing this shit. Okay, there have not been any direct accusations yet that 𝗫🠾 has actually committed some type of SA. That has not come out yet. That doesn't mean it's out there. But what has come out is that Greg 𝗫🠾, they knew this guy was abusing people. Okay, they knew it. They knew that Harvest Fellowship was in Romania. They knew that Harvest Fellowship was committing abuse, and they didn't get rid of this guy. Okay, they just let it exist because money. And this is rampant, guys. Okay, this is rampant. This is rampant in these deeply evangelical churches. Okay, it is like a big, big, big problem. Okay, and here he is, dude. Like Greg 𝗫🠾. And so anyway, what's crazy about this is TPUSA Faith is having their big event down in Riverside, and Greg 𝗫🠾 is speaking there. Of course he is. Like, what the heck, guys? Why do we have Greg 𝗫🠾? You know what I'm saying? Why do we have Greg 𝗫🠾 speaking at this TPUSA event? This pastor who, and it's at a church that is getting sued up, down, and sideways by women and other people for all kinds of SA and trafficking. And yes, so the thing that's crazy about this is there's a lot of vulnerability in Romania. There's not a lot of they don't have child protection laws there. There's a lot of poverty. There's a lot of, I'm sure, people that are being SA'd at home. And let me just tell you guys, if you look into the Epstein network or if you look into any of these type of church SAs thing, what's real common is that they find people that are being SA'd in the home. Okay, that's how they find victims. Usually there are people that are grappling with SA in the home from a stepfather, a father, a sibling, an uncle. And then they put out like a radar or something. I don't know what it is. It's like people that commit that type of abuse can sort of like smell their victims. They can sense it. And they talk to them. Maybe they establish some trust. And then the person tells them, oh, I've had this shit happen to me. And then they just know that they've got them. Okay, they're very manipulative. They're very good at sniffing this type of stuff out, guys. It's really bad. It is so diabolical. It is so diabolical. But so there were some protests, and let's watch this video about the protests outside Erika Kirk's little thing in Riverside. because people are up in arms. Like even many like regular Christians are upset that like, why is 𝗙PUSA aligned with this predatory? Like, if you look at it, all the Christian papers are talking about this because there are Christian churches and Christian publications that support Greg Laurie and they believe he's a great Christian and they're just trying to bring the Christian down. They're right. They believe that these are baseless attacks, just like they are with Donald Trump. But then there's a bunch of Christians that are like, dude, this guy and this operation seem really toxic. And so there's a battle. If you look at Greg Laurie, if you look at him, if you Google him, you will see a bunch of Christian papers, right? Ministry Watch, right? And there's others, Erika Kirk ripped, right? Erika Kirk, you know, Romanian lawsuits multiply against Harvest Christian Church. And then other people like Fox are saying, he's saying there's a spiritual awakening in Gen Z. The Trumpies are all defending Greg Laurie because they're all predators themselves, right? Right. And then, you know, 7 more women in the Christian Post. But then there are other churches that are right. Look at that. Franklin Graham and Greg Laurie are calling believers to prayer and repentance. So Franklin Graham is like saying, ooh, they're out to get Pastor Laurie. So that some of the evangelicals are defending him, you know, and yes, it is like there's a lot of these, but there's a battle in the Christian world about whether or not this guy is like telling the truth. But look at this. Marco Rubio went on the Greg Laurie show, guys. Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, is on this Greg Laurie show, you know? And so he was definitely involved in Utah, okay? Now, right? So this is, you know, now these guys, though, are like taking over 𝗙PUSA, essentially. Okay, they are. They're taking over 𝗙PUSA, but let's watch this.
Erika Kirk is in Southern California tonight. She's now leading the conservative Christian movement her murdered husband started. The event brought out supporters and critics.
Our Nicole Comstock live in Riverside, where this event took place, Nicole.
Yeah, and you know, there were a couple hundred protesters outside the church this evening denouncing Erika Kirk and Turning Point USA, saying their message is dark and attempting to take this country back to a time in history that many would rather forget. But inside the church, a much different story. Thousands of people came out here to hear Erika Kirk speak, and what they heard was a message of how she basically found strength and healing in God during one of the most difficult parts of her life and wants others to do the same. Protesters hold signs on the street outside Harvest Christian Fellowship in Riverside. Late tonight inside, Erika Kirk took the stage 4 months after her husband, conservative political activist and influential voice for young conservatives, Charlie Kirk, was assassinated at a different speaking event in Utah.
The way that God has carried me.
See, I don't like that they call it assassinated. They should just call it murdered. The use of the word assassinated bothers me because he was a YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? The guy was a YouTuber that was like, you know, he was a YouTuber and a college debater, but they give it political significance. Okay. Yes. And he was a time traveler. But you know what I'm saying? I don't like the use of that word, dude. He was murdered, okay? He was, you know.
Was assassinated at a different speaking event in Utah.
The way that God has carried me is the way that he wants to carry you through your trial, through your life. My cross is mine to carry. You have your own.
Kirk is now crossing the country on the Make Heaven Crowded tour as the new CEO of Turning Point USA. The nonprofit says it strives to restore American patriotism, family values, and empower informed civic engagement.
No Trump! No ICE!
But some protesters who gathered outside say they aren't buying that.
Her message is a singular message. It is the Christian right. It is supporting MAGA. It is the ridiculous pageantry of of Charlie Kirk's death.
See, one thing I would like to say is that woman did make a really good point about how, like, TPUSA isn't Christianity, okay? It's politics, and it always has been politics, right? They say we're a Christian organization, right? But it is really about using Christianity as the lure to lure people into the right-wing political ecosphere, and then to start indoctrinating them with the beliefs of the right-wing political power stuff, which is about certain views on immigration and views on abortion and views on, you know, sex and gender, right? Because they are funded by Christian nationalists who want a Christian nationalist government. And the way they're trying to do it is being a faith group. It's like a giant youth group that, like, yeah, find your love in Jesus and everything you'll find in Jesus. But while you're finding your love in Jesus, you're being groomed to be a MAGA Republican that believes and supports or is willing to turn the other way while Christian nationalism takes over the government. And you know, and so what's funny is what Dystopian Banana said, that's the Zionist formula. I know it's the Zionist formula, but that's why I'm telling you, like, you know, this is the problem that is like holding AIPAC in our government and putting money over to Israel, right? Is not like Israel controlling America. It's like the evangelicals trying to get a theocratic government here in America have been using Israel and AIPAC money and the wars in the Middle East and the struggle in the Middle East. But it's like the Heritage Foundation is like trying to establish Christian rule here in America. Like they want our entire government to be run by the Bible, okay? And have a spiritual fucking leader. And like Israel is just a pawn in that thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, certainly Israel is using AIPAC to try and get money and try and get like carte blanche and shit. But the ringleader is not Israel, guys. The ringleader is the American evangelical billionaires. Like America is the ringleader of this shit. They're trying to bring about the rapture. You know what I'm saying? You know? And like, so this shit is fucking crazy.
Civil rights attorney who organized the protest argues that Kirk's public
So
position...
just so you know, like Midnight Marauder, that sign that says black people were better off under Jim Crow, that's a Charlie Kirk quote. Okay, so that sign was like showing what these people really believe, right? Charlie Kirk said that kind of shit. That like, ooh, the black people were better off before the Civil Rights Act, and black people were better off when America was great, blah, blah, blah. And so they're protesting outside these guys using Charlie Kirk's own, like the statements of some of these own shock preachers, right? I don't know if that one was specifically Charlie Kirk. I think it was. It is, yes, he said black people were better off in, right? His quote was, he said that he argued, here it is. He said that they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes. Okay. So he has made statements about this, like basically trying to portray black people as criminals. Okay. Right. As criminals. And like that, like they, ever since they got their freedom, they have become, you know, unruly. They like to use these terms and they like to throw around things about black on black crime and all this other shit. But essentially it is like it. I mean, it's all this bullshit eugenics narrative, right? Because the thing is the oppression of black people has never stopped. but they keep like trying to change the style of oppression so they can later, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like if you go into a neighborhood of people of color and you starve them of resources and you put drugs in that neighborhood and you systematically patrol the streets, like what they're doing with ICE, guys, of people walking around look at your papers. Like, let me just tell you, any black member of the audience out there that is in the chat right now knows that that type of policing that ICE is doing right now in Minnesota has been going on in black neighborhoods forever, okay? And still is. You go to black neighborhoods in LA and the LAPD, if somebody jaywalks, they fucking wrestle them to the ground and go through their pockets, or they see a black person like hanging out on a fucking street corner and they just surround them and search them and prove to me you're not committing a crime. Like police patrolling neighborhoods of color and harassing and fucking just looking for an excuse to take them to prison has been going on in those neighborhoods every fucking day and still is. It's been going on since the beginning of time, man. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, this is not new, okay? It's just now, like, making it to the mainstream. But yeah, stop and frisk was about this. I mean, this shit has been fucking, you know, it's been an ever-present scenario, okay? You know, because the police were slave catchers. So it started like this. But anyway, so yeah, like Charlie Kirk was voicing a lot of things around that shit, like selling that eugenics shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, just fucking like hugely problematic, man, with them.
And alignment with President Trump reveal her as a false prophet who promotes Christian love, but really spreads hate.
The Turning Point USA movement is just trying to bring us back to a generation that we fought so hard to overcome.
Some protesters told attendees driving in they should be ashamed of themselves. Inside, a much different message.
Yeah, this world, you might feel as if it is going to break you. But Jesus already broke himself for us.
Dude, Jesus already broke himself for us. Dude, these people, I'm sorry, man. If, you know, I know that it's a common Christian thing to run around and they act like transgender people are mentally ill, but like, dude, no, I'm sorry. Like, if there's a mental illness, it's like this. You know what I'm saying? Jesus broke himself for you. So now you break yourself for Jesus. But I'm going to show you one of her quotes that was particularly toxic because they're showing sort of the new end game, right? They're showing the new end game here. She says some stuff that is showing you where this movement is headed that I think we need a heads up, guys. Okay, we need a heads up. Watch the clip I show you after this little piece.
It is going to break you. Jesus already broke himself for us. And I am here to tell you.
And police monitored the crowd as it got bigger and louder throughout the evening. Also important to note that some of the people out here protesting tonight were also just protesting in general against President Donald Trump and against the ICE operations that are happening across the country and kind of lumping it into one message. Reporting in Riverside, Nicole Comstock, CBS LA.
See, first off, I think she is a pro TPUSA reporter, okay? Because you notice how she framed that about like, you know, it's really kind of a Trump thing, whatever. But like, dude, TPUSA, guys, we just watched Jack Smith. TPUSA, their current like vice president was one of the fake electors, guys. Tyler Boyer. And yeah, CBS, Barry Weiss, Larry Ellison, pro-Trump. But like, if you look at this thing, guys, if you look at her thing, it was not thousands of people inside, okay? We're going to look at this clip right here. It is not thousands of people. when you show the room, I mean, there's hundreds, okay? There's definitely hundreds, but it was not thousands. There are a lot of interspersed empty seats. It is not a complete sellout. I mean, there were definitely more people in the church than outside. Again, it's not Los Angeles. This is a very controversial church, but this is what I want to show you guys, okay? Is look at this quote here. We're going to watch her talk, but I want to read this quote first, and I want you to take this in on the grander message that they are sending out to Christians, okay? And it says, as long as I remain obedient to God and abide in his word, and I'm in the jet stream of his will, the opinions of this world mean nothing to me. Nothing. But it's that line right there, guys. The opinions of this world. And what it is, guys, is their next generation of Christianity is trying to tell kids, don't believe anything in this world. Everything in this world is just an opinion and not of Jesus. You only believe Jesus's word, which is ironically what they're going to tell them. They're telling them what God wants them to do. They're telling them what Jesus's word means. But everything else in the world, it should mean nothing to you, which means you don't listen to Democrats. You don't listen to science. You don't even have to necessarily listen to the law if it's not in Jesus's word. Okay, you only are obedient to God, and our spiritual leaders and political leaders are going to tell you what God really means, right? Trump is out there, oh yeah, he's sent by God, right? And so this, guys, is like the final layer of like detachment from any tethering to the actual physical real world we live in, right? Where if you are teaching people that everything in this real world is just like fake and something you shouldn't even believe or listen to at all, that it should mean nothing to you, that is like the final sort of torquing of like trying to create a generation of people that completely just disavow reality. Okay, religion, the oldest grift in the world. Indeed, fallen empire. But it is now, though, guys, it is like they're trying to ramp it up, okay, to where they no longer believe in reality, guys. Where it is like they're trying to create a flock of religiously indoctrinated Republican voters that will disregard everything in reality. And then they can instill a fascist government that is obedient to God, and you're going to be like the chosen people of it. It is really scary, guys. It is toxic. Okay, it's toxic.
I operate very clearly. Whatever decision is in front of me, it will go through a very strict lens. Is this going to bring me closer to heaven, or is it going to bring me further away from heaven? If it is going to bring me further away from heaven, step aside, Satan. I do not want to touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Dude, isn't that crazy? This is the woman who's like has $50,000 rings on her fingers.
I do not want to be around anything that is going to take me further away from my home in heaven. I don't. That's where my heart is. And so as long as I remain obedient to God and abide in his word, and I'm in the jet stream of his will, the opinions of this world mean nothing to me. Nothing.
Yeah, you hear that? She's like basically saying, guys, you stick with only us. Only the people that are like gaining entrance to heaven, and then everything else is the devil. And like, guys, this is the civil war we're having. okay? If we're having a soft civil war right now, this is it. This is the one, dude. We are Iran in like the 1960s right now, where we are a Western secular country, okay, that is big on education and big on freedoms and big on living a life. And there is a theocratic portion of our government that has a lot of money and a lot of power, and they're trying to take over the whole government. And they're trying to make us all obey their holy book and live according to their spiritual scriptures. This is like, you know what I mean? This is the Christian Taliban stuff. You know what I mean? And the thing about this though is like, even if you say, oh, this isn't Christianity, but like every Christian is vulnerable to like being like ensnared in this. Okay, that's the problem. The problem is any Christian that's hurt, that's tormented, that is traumatized, had some child abuse or whatever, comes from a bad family, they're struggling financially, they are potential victims of this type of outfit, which is also coincidentally a bunch of traffickers and abusers are involved in this stuff. And there are so many of us out in the world that grow up in, families struggling with alcoholism, bad marriages, parents that are struggling with mental health issues. And so we grow up in really crazy environments. And, half of my family, half of my siblings went through this evangelical, like that hand of help. I showed you my half brother who was into that ministry. Half of my family was involved in that shit. And a couple of them got out. One of my half sisters lived in Eureka Springs, in Arkansas, in a religious evangelical, like it was like a commune. They all lived in trailers out in the woods, right? Then I have the half brother who is involved with the ministry. His twin brother was also at one point involved with the ministry. Another one of my brothers was involved in this ministry. He went into the Navy. And then both of the brothers that abused me, the half brothers that abused me, were in and out of this thing too. They both didn't stay very long term, but they tried to get me in too. In 8th grade, they tried to like reel me in. And I went and had the big speaking in tongues ceremony and stuff. I just wasn't buying it. I was like, oh, I get it. I see why you guys get wrapped up in this. It's feverish. And it's like, there's definitely a vibe here, but like, I'm not really buying into your, it was theater. It was theater by people who believed in it, right? The people, they're very passionate, but they're like talking themselves into it. You know what I'm saying? It is a cult. Okay, it is a cult. There were no snakes. But it's the Assembly of God Church was that church. But guys, if you look at the Assembly of God Church, this is before my brother was in the Hand to Help ministry. He was in the Assembly of God Church. Oops. He was, let me see here. Let me find the news. Hold on. All right. Give me one sec here. There we go. If you look at the news of the Assembly of God Church, guys, okay? Right? Here's one of the first things you find about them, okay? Is shielded predators, okay? 50-year. They're a 50-year pattern of abuse in the Assembly of God. It's a Pentecostal church that is heavily active in the South, okay? And they've had a huge problem with this, guys, okay? A massive problem with the Assembly of God Church. I'm not going to go into it in detail, but like that is the church that a lot of my family was involved in. And it's another one. It's another one that is a very large Pentecostal. They speak tongues. They're also, though, they're super deceptive. They're active in the community, right? So they do a lot of good things for the community, that food banks and all that stuff. but they try to ensnare people that are in difficult life situations. And they have a long history of abuse in that church, like a long one. And then finding out about it, they have like a national sort of ministry where all the congregations, and there are a lot of people, right? If you look at, hold on one sec here. Let me look at this. You ready for this? Let's look at the size of the congregation. So it's Assemblies of God. Here. You ready? So look at this. It is a World Assemblies of God. It is 170 Pentecostal denominations. All right. Was established in 1989, the global body. So they became a global body, but look at 190 countries. Okay. Look at this. 451,000 churches. 80 million people, guys. 80 million people. That's a lot of people, guys. I don't know how many of these, but they're heavy in Arkansas. Okay, Eureka Springs, Arkansas was the commune where my family lived in. But guys, this is a lot of money. You ready for this? You ready for this, guys? Think about this. Because of the churches, this is 451,000 churches, 80 million members donating to these churches, and no taxes. Okay? Right? I don't know how many of these are in America, right? We could ask how many. But so in America, right? Roughly, right? So it looks like 3 million in the Assembly of God. So that's like 1% of America. 1% of the country is just in this one congregation, dude. Isn't that crazy? That's pretty big. Now, what's crazy about this is they have, right? They have, you know, there are Baptist sects, right? In Wisconsin, we had the Maranatha Baptist, like owned a part of the town. They had like dorms and a school and all this crazy shit. And so, right? But with this one, with the Assemblies of God, 46% are ethnic minorities, right? And 51% are under the age of 35. 12,000 churches in the country. But it's global though. And they have a global mission. Okay. And this is like TPUSA is like this kind of stuff. Okay. They are involved. I don't think they're directly involved with the Assemblies of God. They're like their own thing, but TPUSA Faith is a lot like this too, man. Dude, isn't this crazy? This shit is nuts, boss. But yeah, dude, her reporting was definitely pro Erika Kirk, you know, but if you look at this crowd, okay, the crowd inside, they show a photo, like there's a lot of empty seats, guys. You know what I'm saying? There's a fair amount of empty seats in this thing. They're just seated around. And, you know, I don't think there are thousands, but there was definitely a decent crowd. There wasn't any pyrotechnics because this is a church, but this church is pretty toxic, guys. Okay. Now, I want to show you, though, like I did a little looking in on this tour itself. And what I found, guys, was that the tour itself is kind of a con. Okay. Your mom fell prey to LDS. Yeah, the LDS has its own thing. And then down in the southern Utah and northern Arizona, there's the FLDS, the fundamental LDS churches. But guys, look at this. Look at the tour stops. So like, dude, none of these dates are filled in. Okay. Like they have LA. This is the one that happened, which wasn't LA. It was in Riverside. But like, look at this shit. They have dates marked, but I don't know that they even did a thing. Okay. And you know, they have Dallas marked, Portland, Maine, Anchorage, Alaska, but like every date is like a couple months. There's like one date every couple months. And then what we have here is they have a bunch of TBDs, but they don't have any dates booked. So this tour is like, it's not even booked. My point being is like, this thing isn't even a thing. Like, they're trying to do this. They're promoting this, you know, right? They're promoting this thing. Ooh, the Make Heaven Crowded tour, but they don't even have fully booked dates. You go and look at their tour stops, and this is the page. Nothing is marked out. It is a concept of a tour, right? Absolutely. And yeah, dude, that woman is great. The Life Take Two channel, she's actually really good. But so they're trying to get this thing off the ground, you know. But guys, this stuff is, so yes, LDS is the Church of Latter-day Saints, and that is the Mormon church, and FLDS is the fundamentalists, like Latter-day Saints, and those are the people that like are still engaged in like hidden polygamy and are really strict, like pilgrim versions of the LDS. And so they're everywhere. Like, there are FLDS people around, but the epicenter of them is kind of in southern Utah and northern Arizona. Like, there are entire cities where the whole city government is like FLDS. And so they're operating differently than other cities, but you don't really know it because nobody who's not FLDS lives there. And no, this is in southern Utah. This is down like where Tyler Robinson, the guy accused of shooting fucking Charlie Kirk, he's from a city that is FLDS. And it's like let me show you. I went there. I drove through these cities. I had a really big, let me show you. It's Hilldale. All right. It's this city right here. It's Hilldale, Utah. I'm going to show you on the map here. So there's Twin Cities. Okay. That at the bottom of Utah. Okay. Right. So I believe Tyler Robinson was from Washington, I think. So it's all of southern Utah basically down here. That is all FLDS and deeply FLDS. Okay. And a lot of these towns, there's still polygamy, but the epicenter of it is a little town called Hilldale, Utah, and the sister city across in Arizona called Colorado City. Okay. And I've driven through here. It's pretty wild. When I was on tour, I went down there. It is like, I mean, it's like some pilgrim shit, guys. It feels very much like the Amish community. Everybody's got the eyes, but their entire government down here is basically like FLDS. Okay. And it is really, it's rural, but it is really like, it is like a different world, man. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty crazy, boss. Okay. And it is like the AI overview talks about it. I guess Short Creek. I didn't know that, but this guy, okay, Warren Jeffs, you may have heard him, but he was like a bigwig. Okay. But they are like, you know what I'm saying? Like the underage marriages, you know, human trafficking, polygamy, all kinds of shit goes down there. And the crazy thing about it is like this area makes Salt Lake City and the rest of Mormon Utah look pretty chill. Like they look almost like they're not religious at all. Like what's going on here is this is like the you know, these are like the fundamentalist pilgrims. But what's crazy about that though is their city governments will all be FLDS, and the police, the police are FLDS. The teachers in the school are FLDS. So literally everyone in the city, you know, you call the cops and those cops are not executing the laws of the United States. Those cops are executing the laws of the FLDS church. Right? So that's where it gets like outside normal reality, dude. It's crazy stuff, dude. And you know, if you're ever in northern Arizona or southern Utah, I think you should go through it, dude. I think you should drive through there. Like, go get a coffee, go chat up some locals. You will be like, I mean, it's just weird. It's like a weird, I don't know. There's a lot of Bible lies and a lot of, you know, a lot of like, hi there, you know, they will recognize, everybody will know you're not from there. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of the things, like, they know, you know, like, wait a second, you're not from town. What brings you to our fair city? Right? You know what I mean? Like, they like, you know, everybody there knows everybody. Dude, it's wild. I like Mormons. I'm never going to become an LDS church, but I had a big Mormon fan base of the Wanteds, and I used to play a lot in SLC and Provo, and I never got to play in St. George, but I played in northern Utah a lot, and I drove through southern Utah, going to Arizona, like playing in Flagstaff or playing in Phoenix, and I would always take those little roads around the Grand Canyon and drive through some of those southern Utah towns because I was really curious about that area, and it's pretty wild. But I had a big, you know, a fan base. I had a big Utah fan base. And so I was sober and they're all sober. So it was kind of cool. Like, as a sober musician, playing in sober environments like that was actually pretty cool. But it's, you know, it's a vibe. You know what I'm saying? You never want to visit Utah. Dude, Utah, well, you know, as a black person, Utah is a very different experience, right? So I get it, May Money. You know what I mean? But the Mormon, I don't know. I liked their zeal and their passion, but there's a lot of corruption, boss. There is a lot of, like, you know, there's a lot of corruption and a lot of, like, you know, a lot of, what do you call it? Repressed behavior, right? And so that's one of the things with all of these religious communities, because of the austerity and because of the unrealistic expectations of human behavior to not have any urges and all this, there is a ton of repression that makes people a little wild, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like the saying on tour was kind of like, you could go through Utah and you could hook up with a Mormon girl and she would be ready to get married, you know, before the night was over. Like, you could, right? You could meet and marry and consummate all, like, within 2 hours after the show. Right? Because there is like an urge to, you know, they will get married real fast because they can't do anything until marriage. So, you know, there's like, I don't know how true that was, but there is a certain, you know, feistiness to it that is, you know, is like not just Mormons, but I think in a lot of those fundamental religious environments, because human beings, guys, we have urges and we have cravings and shit, and that's normal. It's not the devil, and it's not the, you know what I'm saying? So, like, this expectation that people deny all their humanly desires is really sets people up to not behave well, you know? But, all right. Cheers to the FLDS, right? Dude, let's go. Dude. Wild. All right, but now, guys, you guys ordered a dance party. I got to go make videos. I streamed long again, another 5-hour stream, dude. Dude, I got to get more focus. Just so you know, we're going to focus up, right? And I got to get more focused. But I do enjoy these long, rambly streams with you guys. It is fun, but I got to keep, I've been slacking on my YouTube videos, right? And so I got to kind of get back on the grind, you know. Dude, oh shit. Let's go, baby. You're welcome. Thank you. Let's get our dance party going. All right. So I honestly don't know how spirited the dancing's gonna be tonight, guys, because my massage therapist just beat the shit out of me today. All right. She did, dude. She went to town. I needed to get, like, you know, I have these crazy cupping marks on my arms, and like my shoulders are like nuts, dude. She fucking, like, we pulled some shit out of my body today, dude. Jesus. So I'm a little beat up, all right? I'm a little beat up. Tonight might be like a little more chill than usual. Oh, let's go. You have cut bruises on your thighs? Let's go. Dude, I like the cupping. But yeah, man, there's some wild churches. I also had an aunt who was a Jehovah's Witness, and they were pretty crazy too, guys. The Jehovah's Witnesses. Dude, stretching, very important. Yeah, I'm sorry about what, who died, May Money? Who was it? Who passed? Lymph massage? Yeah, no, lymph massage is good. Mormons are polygamy? No, some of them are. It's been sort of shunned, so it's a little more complicated now, right? Like, but it is still happening. Oh, your friend's dad? Shit, boss. Oh, shit. Dude, that's crazy. And her? No, that's crazy. Yeah, it's weird. It's always weird when you find out your, like, friends have died or whatever. It, like, hits you differently. All right, you ready? We ready to dance, or are we ready to dance, boss? All right, I'm ready. I'm going to give it all I got. It may not be much, guys, but we're going to see what we come up with. Little deja vu. We're going to try our best, baby. Try to summon.
Got a lot of choices. I got a lot of ways that I can go. I hear a lot of voices, they have a lot to say, but I've known, been here before, yeah, I do recognize the tiny nose. There's marble floor, and I don't need my eyes to see what lies behind that wooden door. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. bit holy, notion that I will make it out somehow.
So bad.
But I'm not gonna wait my turn.
Oh, all right.
I don't
Dude, that was all right.
come down.
We had a little bit of jazz.
It gets better.
I wonder.
My pleasure.
Together. Everyone's waiting. Anticipating. All right, guys, thank you. We appreciate you. All right, always a pleasure. Going on a long ramble. Before we actually get to the politics tomorrow, we're getting right in on the politics, however. So get ready. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. All right, guys, have a good night. I will see you tomorrow. Radiating, yeah. Good night, my world. Whoa.
I can't pretend. what I